Are you hearing me? Good. Ready? Ground. Yeah. Go on. All of you are here today because of your ancestors. They made the tough decision to leave their homeland, to travel to a foreign country, where they face hardships and challenges with hope, courage and bravery. Their hard work and determination have resulted in many proud generations of Norwegian, Americans and Canadians. We welcome all of you here to celebrate the 200th anniversary of the first immigrants from Norway, in honor and remembrance of your Gausdal ancestors. We love to have you here. Welcome. So I will welcome the Major of Gausdal, Anette Mustarslin.
Dear guests, dear friends, on behalf of the municipality of Gausdal, it's my great honor to welcome you here to the very place where your ancestors once lived. This year marks a moment of profound historical significance. It has been 200 years since the first people left Gausdal and embarked across the Atlantic in search of a new and a better life. Over the generations that followed, around 7,000 men, women and children made the same journey. That is a remarkable number for a small community like ours. In fact, it exceeds the current population of Gausdal today. Those who left did not do so only out of desire, but out of necessity. They left behind their homes, families, and familiar landscapes because times were hard. Poverty, limited farmland, and lack of opportunities were the harsh realities many faced. They hoped for something more, a future they could not see here, but believed might exist elsewhere. So, they crossed vast oceans with a little more than courage and determination. Some settled in the United States, in Minnesota, Wisconsin, and the Dakotas. Others made their homes in Canada, in Manitoba, Alberta, and beyond. There they encountered new challenges, but also new opportunities. Land to cultivate, communities to build, and freedom to shape their own destinies. They worked tirelessly to build better lives for their children and grandchildren. Today, we honor both the courage it took to leave and the strength it took to begin new. This anniversary is not only about history, it's about people. It's about the ties that bind us, ties that remain strong even when separated by time and distance. Today, 6,200 people live in Gausdal. Many of us, myself included, have relatives in the United States or Canada. Some of you are here today, and we share smiles that somehow feels strangely familiar. We live in different continents, in very different societies. We speak different languages, but we share the same roots. And roots endure, even when branches grow in distant lands. Your roots run deep in this soil. You carry a part of Gausdal with you, in your names and in your stories. So today, with deep respect for the past and warm hope for the future, I say thank you for being here. Thank you for carrying this story forward. A heartfelt welcome to all of you. I'm honored to be here tonight, and I wish you a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Well, sorry about that. No, my job now is to give you an overview of Norway, in fact. Tell you a little bit about Norway today. Yeah? Come on,
Arna,
Brenda.
can we have the four of you up front, please, and introduce them?
Okay. We are the organizers, I think. Yeah. Okay, Guro. I start with Ivar, who's the president of the Historical Society. Gudbrand is the vice president. I think you all met him when you were registering. We have Guro. And me, Arne. We've been working on this project
No.
for a year
Excuse
and a
me.
half.
Excuse me. Back up there, please. Please. Gudbrand. Jorgen Moen has something he would like to say to you.
Okay. We're waiting for Jørgen.
Dear everyone, my name is Jørgen, and I am, I have got an exercise tonight. I'm the only person right now in Gausdal who know about this secret. I will read a card I have got. First, I will read this in English. To the Gausdal Historielag, a huge thank you from all of us for hosting this wonderful and moments event. This is our gift to you to help cover some of the experience and for you to continue on with your work and document and preserve the history and ancestry of Gausdal. Tusen takk, all of you. And now I will read it in Norwegian. Til Gausdal Historielag. En stor takk til dere alle fra alle oss som fikk oppleve disse opplevelsene og fantastiske øyeblikkene og det hyggelige vertskapet. Et flott arrangement med andre ord. Dette vår gave til dere for å fortsette jobben dere gjør med å dokumentere og ta vare på slekt- og lokalhistorien for Gausdal. Tusen takk igjen fra alle oss. I give it to you, Ivar, for the history team, from all of your friends and families in United States.
Well, Brenda, you set me out now. We have two checks here from Brenda on $6,200 from everybody. It's amazing, fantastic. Thank you so much.
I think we all lost our voices. This was something no one had expected.
And now, Brenda, no one will throw me out of my office today. You work on this? Thank you again.
Doesn't work. Okay, we start this project in February 2024. It's been a year and a half, and there's been quite a lot of work, but without Brenda here, we would never be where we are today. That's for sure. Brenda. We started with sending out some newsletters from our society. And Brenda, I don't know how many emails, telephone calls you have made. You have been calling around. You have sent emails night and day almost. Phone interviews. You got the family history of so many families. I don't know what to say. Thank you so much. We had to plan farm and church visits, and Ivar and Gudrun has done most of the work for preparation for those visits, I think. Of course, Brenda, she had all the places on her agenda. And we have gone through the program for this celebration many times. We had many long meetings on Messenger. The meetings could last up to 2.5, 3 hours. Okay. There are 48 families present tonight, 188 visitors. I have, well, you can see on the screen, there are 14 in the 80s, 50 in the 70s, and so on. We had, when we started, we were hoping for maybe 15 to 20 visitors from the US and Canada. And now we have 188. And on the screen you can see where all the families come from. And the blue states for the US. And what's that color, Brenda? Pink, okay. I thought pink was a bit different, but anyway, from Canada. And also England, Germany, and Norway. So, as I said, my first job now is to tell a little bit about Norway. Ivar will say something about Gausdal, and then the program will continue. Well, the first inhabitants of Norway, we think they came to Norway about 10,000 years before Christ. And the most well-known time for Norway may be the Viking Age, which lasted for 250 years about. Norway was a kingdom until 1397, an independent kingdom. Then we came under Danish rule for, how many years this? It's almost 300 years. And from 1814, we were in union with Sweden. Have all of you heard about 17 May 17? Let me see. Raise your hand. Oh, quite a lot of you. That's the big day in Norway, and it is a Children's Day. There is no military parades here. There are children's parades. And this is from this year's celebration in Gausdal. And you can see this gentleman and his son, and a couple of other pictures there. You have heard about bunad, I think. That's a national costume. And that goes back maybe 150 years. And we use that bunad for special occasions, like 17 of May, 17 of May. And we have many different kind of designs, and each region have its own designs. We have a special one for Gausdal, and you can get that one in 5 different colors. There are some examples of bunads. This is the Gausdal bunad. And we have some young girls here who wants to show you their bunads. And one boy also. We can't forget Kjetil. And this is Gausdal bunad. In the middle there, that's a Gausdal bunad. And the other is called Lundeby bunad. And Kjetil has a special, which we call festdrakt for young boys. I know that there are many Americans having bunads also. Any of you have bunad? Yeah, there are a few. If those who have bunad, please stand up, rise up. And we hope there will be more bunads tomorrow. During the First World War, Norway was neutral, but we lost 50% of all our ships due to the war, and more than 3,000 sailors perished. In World War II, Norway was occupied by the German army in April 1940. And thanks to the sinking of the cruiser Blücher just outside Oslo, the king and the parliament managed to escape before the Germans came to Oslo. A little bit over 10,000 Norwegians were killed in the Second World War. We had an air force based in England with lots of pilots learning flying in Canada. Many Canadians know about Little Norway, I think. That was the place where Norwegians went for pilot training. We have a parliamentary system in Norway. We have a prime minister who's the leader of the government. And we have a king. And he's been the king for Norway since 1991. And he is more a kind of figurehead for Norway than he doesn't have any real power, actually. The government is running Norway. But the king is representing Norway abroad, and when we have people coming from other countries, he's a busy man, I can tell you, and he is now 87 and still going strong. Kip Herman, can you come up? He has something to tell.
Hi, my name is Kip Herman, and I'm joined by my sister,
Penny Herman Peleus. Nice to see you all.
So first of all, I want to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to come back to where my family immigrated to the United States from in 1866. I'm very honored to be here, and I'm very thankful for all of the work that you have done to make this event a great success. In 1983, Princess Astrid came to North Dakota. She was invited to attend the Norse Kustfest. Some of you from the United States may know the Norse Kustfest. It's the largest Scandinavian festival in North America. Princess Astrid also went to the Norway Lutheran Cemetery in Denby, North Dakota, to lay a wreath on the grave of Sondre Norheim. Our grandfather knew Sondre Norheim when he was a young boy, as my great-grandparents had homesteaded across the river from where Sondre Norheim and his wife Ronnie and their children had homesteaded as well in the 1880s. During the ceremony at the Norway Lutheran Church, Princess Astrid laid a wreath on Sondre's grave in commemoration. I believe that there was a Norwegian band that was there, and many dignitaries across Norway had also traveled to North Dakota to celebrate and to commemorate Sondre Norheim. After the ceremony at the church, my aunt and uncle, Lillian and Myron Espeseth, they hosted a tea for Princess Astrid at their home, which is just about a mile or two from the Norway Lutheran Church and Cemetery. And I had a chance to meet Princess Astrid in 1983, and
how old were you?
I was 10 something, 11?
Yeah.
Gosh.
But
Yeah,
that's
yeah. So I was 10 or 11 when I had a chance to meet Princess Astrid. Penny's going to talk a little bit about Sondre Norheim. I'm not quite sure if that's where the slide is, Brenda, but since we're up here, Penny's going to talk a little bit about Sondre Norheim and our grandfather's.
Okay. So I am part of an organization in McHenry County, North Dakota called Pioneer Daughters. And you qualify to be part of Pioneer Daughters if your ancestors immigrated to North Dakota before it became a state, which was 1889. And our grandfather, when he was 2, came to North Dakota in 1886. Okay, 1886, yeah. So, when our mother was joining Pioneer Daughters, I helped her fill out her application. You have to talk about your ancestors, and so she shared a story that her father told her about Sondre Norheim. And so I'm just going to read it, and so think of me as my mom, Jeanette, telling this story because it's in her voice. So she said, "My dad, Olaf, our grandfather was Olaf Nelson, personally met Sondre Norheim, the father of modern skiing. Norheim lived in the hills, a mile and a half south of the preemption where my grandparents lived. My dad remembers that Norheim, a well-built man, did carpentry work for my grandparents. Norheim came to their house one day with 3 knives, which he used for fitting a milk harness for my grandmother. My dad, just a boy at the time, began playing with the knives. He recalled that Norheim, who always wore glasses, peered over the glasses and told my dad to leave the knives alone as they were very sharp. My dad said that Norheim made skis for the neighbors and was a familiar figure on skis in the neighborhood during the winter. On land where Norheim settled, there was a 1/4-mile run for skiing. My dad never knew about Norheim's fame in Norway, for he never bragged about himself. My dad always said that he knew more about him after his death than when he was alive. In July of 1965, the unmarked grave of Sondre Norheim was located in Norway Lutheran Church Cemetery. The location of the grave was confirmed by early residents and by the church secretary, Vera Nelson, who checked the burial records of the church. And then I have a picture of where the unmarked grave was. But I just thought that was an interesting story. I mean, that my grandpa actually had time and got to know Sondre and saw him skiing, and I believe he also built a pair of skis for my grandfather. So that was just kind of cool. Oh, now this is really interesting. So Kip does a lot of genealogy work, and I gotta go. Oh, I can look at it right here. And so we went to the Norwegian Museum of Folk History in Oslo, and Kip had found out that our great-grandfather, 6 times removed, was Bjorn Tollefsen Frøysak. And he was born in Gausdal, and he was married twice. He had a lot of children. Anyway, this picture hangs in that museum, and the little placard, we didn't know this fact, but it's the first known painting of a Norwegian farmer ever. And so we got to see the original piece of artwork in the Norwegian Folk Museum in Oslo. It was really cool. So, it's 1699. 1699 is when this painting was commissioned. So, that was just kind of an interesting fact. He's our 6th great-grandfather. Yeah, really interesting.
Well, back to Norway today. 33% of the country is within the Arctic Circle. And I don't want to tell you the size of the country. You can read on the screen. But it's just a small piece if you compare with the US and Canada. It's about the same as Montana, I think. But it's a long country. It reaches from Florida to Massachusetts. And today, the population of Norway is about 5.6 million. And when you compare with the big cities in the States, New York, for example, or Montreal, state of Minnesota, and the population has been growing quite a lot the last few years because so many immigrants have come to Norway. Oslo is the biggest city, I think it says 700,000 here, but I think it is 50,000 more. Bergen, I know many of you have been to Bergen. It's the second biggest city, 213,000. The main industries today is oil and gas, which is very, very important for our economy and gives us our pensions. That's one of the good things about the oil and gas. Seafood, sea farming, salmon especially. Shipping is still important. Agriculture, we are growing only 40% of the food we need in Norway. That's something we have to do something about. And tourism is becoming more and more important. And now tourists start to come here because of the climate. They want to get away from the hot countries to the cooler places in Norway. And then I know some of you have experienced problems when you're looking and searching for your ancestors. The way we was naming people in Norway was kind of confusing for you, I think, and for us too. The males, they got their own name, and then their father's name with the sen, means son of. And the daughter got father's name with the daughter of. And they have a third name, which came from the place they lived, from the farm they lived, and people were moving a lot at that time, always looking for something better, because so many of them lived on small sub-farms. And every time they moved, they took the name of the new place. So you can find the same family with 4 or 5 different names. That makes it difficult when you are doing research of your family. From 1910, we started to use the father's last name as a surname. And the law was passed in 1923 to use the father's last name. Then it is Ivar's turn here to tell about Gausdal.
Families are here. How much you said you knew about Gausdal? 33, none to very little. 11, some. And 4, fairly good knowledge. So you see the location of Gausdal in the Gudbrandsdalen district, in Oppland County, that we now call Innlandet. In 1838, the area of Gausdal was created, and in 1879 divided. And you see West Gausdal had 2,362 people. Østre Gausdal had 5,911. In 1962, it was merged into one as Gausdal. And Segalsabru is the administrative center where the city hall are today. We have 4 main churches here. In Østre Gausdal, Folbu, Vestre Gausdal and Svatsum. And Olstad Church is the old Svastum Church. And here you see Østre Gausdal Church, who is built in 1250 and have 280 seats. Folbu Church is built between 1260 to 1300 and have 140 seats. Vestre Gausdal Church, as the new church we know today, is built in 1784. The old one was from the 12th century. But the new one from 1784 have 400 seats and it's that church we will visit tomorrow. Svastum Church have 250 seats. Gausdal Church is the old Svastum Church. It was moved there in 1860s and have 150 seats. About the cemeteries. In 20 years the grave is reused if the family don't pay yearly fee. How many of you know that? Raise your hands. And the headstone are reused or a new one? This is because it's a lack of space. And here you see the map of the area, the specific church or the main church for. Mine and sub-farms. It's circa 100 mine farms in Gausdal. 30 acres is the average size. It's 530 sub-farms. And then we have included some of them who is gone today. And we have a changement of names over time. As you can see here and read. And we hope that you have enjoyed your farm and church tour. And a very special tusen takk to all of the guides who took the time to bring you to your ancestral homes.
They only fell down to the floor. Easy to pick them up. Well, then we will have a presentation of the immigration. Brenda and Luann, please. Yeah, that's Luann. Well, I'm going to tell a little bit about the preparations the people faced. As you all know, the first organized immigration from Norway took place in 1825. And there is a replica of that ship on the way across the Atlantic now and will reach New York in October. I don't remember the date, but it will reach there in October. Just on the same day as the first one did. The first family left Gausdal in 1839, and that was quite early. Not so many people from the inland of Norway immigrated that early, because the first immigrants came from the south coast and the Stavanger area. Ole Hansen Lie was the first one to leave Gausdal with his wife, his son, and his son's wife and kids. In 1843, his brother followed, and with a company of 4 or 5 other young men from Gausdal. But from 1844, there were some immigrants leaving Norway, going to the States every year. But it wasn't so easy to get over to the States. Some of them had to go maybe to Copenhagen or Gothenburg, and some had to go to Hamburg, and some even went to Le Havre in France to get over. And we had immigrants every year from from 1843 until around 1930. And from about 1920, most of the immigrants went to Canada, and especially Saskatchewan received a lot of immigrants from Gausdal. There were some what we call great waves of immigrants. In Gausdal, we had a wave in the 1850s, but when you look at Norway, we had the first great wave from 1866 and for about 7 or 8 years. And another wave started in 1880 and lasted for a bit more than 10 years. And again from around 1900, we had many people leaving Norway and also from Gausdal. We follow very much the same waves as the rest of the country. And most of the immigrants from Gausdal, they went to Wisconsin. They had Wisconsin as the first stop. And little by little, it was spreading out west. So when Minnesota was open, the people from Gausdal, they followed, went to Minnesota. And when the Sioux Uprising came in 1862, some of them came back to Wisconsin. And when around 1864, 65, they came back to Minnesota. And soon, they also came to the Dakotas, both the south and north. And well, at that time, there was one territory, Dakota. And now we will find descendants of immigrants from Gausdal, I think in every state in the States. In Canada, you will find many descendants in British Columbia and Saskatchewan, but also in Alberta and the other provinces. But the main Norwegian immigration went to Saskatchewan and British Columbia. We have a colony of people from Gausdal in a place called Outlook in Saskatchewan, Canada. I think maybe Gudbrand will tell a little bit about that later. Will you? If you look at the screen, you will see that there are 124 direct ancestors to people sitting in this audience. And they immigrated from, I think, 48 families. We have some families here whose ancestors were among the first to immigrate from Gausdal. Cindy Klapinski, Erik Bestul, can you rise up? Your families left in 1848. Lee Amak and Liza Petterson, Moscow, Tom Puckett, your families left in 1849. Can we see you? And Mary Jo Enersen Stoltenberg, 1854. Randy Hansen, 1955. Pam Ellingson and Ralph Haraldson, 1857. When you were planning to immigrate, the first thing you had to do was to go to the church and tell the priest, but you had to pay him a bit money. So there were quite a number of people who didn't do that, even they should have done. That's why we can miss many names in the register. that was the first thing they had to do, and then was all the preparations they had to do before they could start the travel.
Arna, I have a
Yeah.
question. Can you hear me?
Yes?
When I started working for Gausdal, I learned the term emigration. For the people from the US and Canada, how many of you have heard of the term emigration? Well, a lot of you have. I didn't know that. And Norway was surprised because they know that term quite well, because people emigrate from Norway, but they immigrate to the United States and Canada. So that took me a long time to learn. The green question marks means one of us is going to ask you a question. So when you see that, you'll know.
Yeah. Why did people want to leave? Very many of the people who left Gausdal, they were sub-farmers, living in a small cabin maybe had an acre of land, maybe enough to have a cow or a couple of sheep, and they had to work on the main farm. That was a part of the rent they paid for the place they lived. And from 1274, we had a law telling that only the eldest son could inherit the farm. And that meant that a farmer he may have a good farm, but only his oldest son could get the farm from him. So the other sons he had, they had to find some other way to make a living. And there was a quite class distinction in Norway. The farmers, well, not the farmers, the priests and a few other people, they were here, farmers a little bit under, and the sub-farmers came down here. And among the first immigrants, there was some religious reasons also. The first ship, the Restaurasjon in 1825, there were some Quakers on board that ship. But I don't want to say anything about religion because we leave that out. There wasn't enough land for everyone to make a living. And for many years there were some poor weather conditions, so crops became very scarce. We had lots of diseases, there were lots of tuberculosis and other kind of diseases which took the lives of many people, especially young kids. A family may have 8, 10 kids, maybe only 4 or 5 reach the adult age. We had nickel mines up in Espedalen. I don't know how many of you have been up there, not many I think, but if you continue the road further, just go on this road you just left. Nickel mines closed down in 1878, and among those more than 1,000 people living in Espedalen and working there, very many had to immigrate to make a living. I don't know how the first people in Gausdal knew about the migration to America, but later on there were many letters coming back from those who already had immigrated. And those letters, they were read by the whole community. And to get cheap and abundant land in America, that was tempting because they could get much more land there than the biggest farmers had here. and the ship owners, they sent salesmen out in the country, try to make people want to leave. That meant money for the ship owners, because you didn't travel free of charge, of course. You had to pay for your ticket. And cargo ships were empty when they returned from Europe, and they had room for passengers to go over to the States. And I think it was quite a hard decision to make, to leave your family and friends. And I've always been asking myself, how did they get the fund to be able to travel? They need money for the voyage. So sometimes a father or a son went first, and working, earning money, sending money back to family in Norway, so the family could come. That could be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years later. And we had immigrants who went alone as young as 14. And some got through friends who were already in America. They got jobs for a farmer maybe, and the farmer paid the ticket, and then the immigrant had to work maybe for 2 years to pay back, work for that farmer. And most people, they used to leave in March, April, so they could reach America in time to plant crops, because the next winter would be a tough one if they didn't have any crops. It took weeks, months to prepare to leave. They had an auction selling out the things they had and couldn't bring, but they didn't have much. They were poor people. Some things they had to give away, I think, and in many ways they tried to raise money. They could borrow some money and selling their animals if they had, and they had to prepare food in the beginning, well, until the steamships start taking people over. You had to bring food for 10 weeks, I think was the minimum you could bring food for. And just imagine a family with mother, father, 6, 8, 7, 8, 9 kids, how much food you need for 10 weeks. So they made flatbread, which you could keep. You had salted meat and butter, cheese, well, and they brought some flour to make porridge. Barley was the staple food, barley porridge. And they had to build trunks for all the stuff they were going to bring, food, clothes, everything. And some of those trunks are beautifully painted. And if you have been to the Westerheim Museum, you could see a lot of those trunks there. And I know they have hundreds in store. And they had to, all the stuff they brought was kept in the bottom of the ship. Only the food they could keep in the, well, there was a big, under the deck, there was a big space where all the immigrants was kept, I should say kept. They were in bad weather, they closed the hatches. Just imagine the smell down there. But anyway, they had to bring food, everything they needed to cook on the and bedding, the clothes they needed, books. The Bible was the most important. Most people only had the Bible, no other books. And if you look at the screen, you can see an advertisement for an auction of Nils Hansen, Gudbrandshaugen, who was leaving. This is the Bible of your ancestors, Luan. And you had to bring your documents. A smallpox vaccination was the most important, I think. And this is a handwritten attestation of the priest in Gausdal. I don't see which year, but I think it is the priest called Fleischer, isn't it? No, never mind. And as I mentioned, to leave friends and family, not easy, leaving all your old parents, knowing that you will never see them again. And most of the immigrants, they never saw them. When the steamship started to come in use, then it was easier to come back to visit. So from 1880 and on, many came back for a visit, but I think to leave the second time, your parents were even older, was even more difficult than the first time you left. And some could not deal with this saying goodbye, depression, there was some suicides, and the letters were the lifeline between America and Gausdal, but to send a letter took months before it arrived, if it arrived at all. And when they left Gausdal, they first had to get down to Lillehammer by horse, sleigh or wagon. And then it was shipped down to Eidsvoll, and from Eidsvoll to Christiania, it was again a horse to take them there, or the train when the railway line was built. And there you can see how much the ticket cost in 1853 to get to Quebec City, because Quebec City was the city where most of the first immigrants arrived until about 1870. And yes, where did they get the money, as I mentioned? They sold everything they had. Money came from relatives, maybe, already in America. And as I mentioned, maybe your employer said, well, if you had got a job, sent your money, and as I said, you had to work maybe 2 years to pay him back. And when they came to Christiania, which was the port for most people from Gausdal, they may have to wait for some weeks, in fact, because the ships had to wait for good weather before they could leave, and you never knew when the ship came into harbor, because by sails you were, well, it depends on the wind when you could reach a harbor. And then, Luan, you will tell about the voyage over to America, please. I'll pick up my gun.
Sorry, first we have some accordion music.
First, I should introduce Helge Husselin, He's one of the best accordion players in Norway. I think he has been a Norwegian champion also. And he's a composer, and he's well known all over Norway. Helge, vær så god.
Hello. First I will play an own composition, Grunnskolevalsen.
Good evening. I'm going to talk to you about crossing on board the ship. And I'm telling you, to get there, it was like, oh my Lord. By 1853, 90% of Norwegians landed in Quebec City, Canada. Initially, many went to New York City. What kind of ships? 1825 to 1873, sailing, 1860s, the steam engine came into vogue, and travel was shortened to about 2 weeks, which was wonderful. Here's an 1852 paddle wheel steamship. It took 10 to 17 days to sail to New York City. Crossing times, here you can see from 6.5 weeks down to 1 week in 1927. Here we are with the cargo hold that they were referring to previously the trunks and positions were stacked in the ship's hold. In the trunks, books, precious box jewels on the bottom, a layer of towels or two, a layer of bed linens and blankets, clothing. And here's Lee Amick's ancestor's trunk. This was what you would have within your trunk. And that is a long list. You have to remember, there wasn't any industrial manufacturing in those days, and people mostly made all of these, all of their clothing, their stockings, their boots, everything. Ladies, 6 pair of stockings, one good warm weather cloak with a hood, a shawl or two. Now, where they slept, there were crude bunks for passengers between decks. No privacy, no access to trunks, baggage. Everything was in the cargo hold. You had one trunk with food and necessary items for voyage, used it as a table or a chair. They had their canvas bag for daily use. In their canvas bag would be brush and a bar of soap, most likely wore the same clothing for the whole trip. Maybe some other pieces of clothing if they had the room. For cooking and eating, they most likely brought a pail, cooking pot, coffee pot, dish to eat from, and a cup and utensils. Now, cooking on board. We're not exactly sure, but we think that this little red outlined space was a place to build your fire in the sand-filled boxes. You were assigned to groups of 6 to 8, and you took turns preparing food. You shared food on the ship. People had to eat crackers and jerky in the bad weather when it was raining so hard. Suggested food for each adult person. Well, 70 pounds of flatbread, 8 pounds of butter, 24 pounds of meat, 10 pounds of side pork. Now this is mostly from 1820 to 1850. That's a lot of food to pack. And the vinegar, that was used to purify the water. Fresh water was limited. Bathing was soap with a rag and water, no deodorant, and no changing clothes privately. Imagine the smells of unwashed bodies, seasickness, and all those good things. And now you'll find out about bathroom facilities. Can you imagine being on a ship with 94 to 125 people? Passengers used upper deck as an open-air toilet, placed at the head of the ship above the waterline. Is this where the term "I need to hit the head" came from? To hit the head has its origins in naval terminology. Historically, the front part of a ship was called the head, where sailors would go to relieve themselves. So fears and hardships, no privacy, crammed together, bad weather, seasickness, diseases, loneliness, and missing family and friends. But there were some good times. Dancing on the deck, games were played like dominoes and cards, and the dominoes were made out of cow bone. Romances happened. Bonding on board, well, people shared and exchanged ideas, shared stories, talked of dreams. Church services were held, and I think that's what this picture depicts, and lifelong friendships were made. Deaths on board. 4 out of the 49 families here today had a death in their family during the crossing. Brenda, Randy, Ralph, and Bob. They all lost an ancestor. The delays and tragedies, there was the SS Hannah Parr, left Christiana May 7th, 1866, had stored damage took 107 days to get to Quebec City. The SS Norge, launched in 1881, sank in 1904. 727 passengers died. Obviously, arriving in America, what a relief. And we're going to have Helga play another song for us.
Yeah, I came apparently from Skobu, and there we had the composer Torgeir Iverstugun. He made a melody called Marie Bertha Rhinelander. He was born in 1880 and died in 1974. And he was in the United States and learned to play violin.
So let's welcome Brenda. She will tell about what happened to the immigrants after arriving in the States.
Hi, everybody. First of all, it's been just a pleasure getting to know all of you. Thank you for coming. I'll try to make this quick. Actually, this is kind of hard to see, isn't it? So, they had a long voyage from Norway over to America or Canada, and they thought their journey was over, but they were sadly mistaken. Several more weeks of difficult travel. The examples I gave there are landing in Quebec City and New York, and then traveling to Minnesota or Saskatchewan. Travel from or to their new home from New York was pretty much through the Hudson River and the Erie Canal, then an overland, then train, etc. We're going to have some stories about that tomorrow. And from Quebec City, there was a steamer to Montreal, then to Lake Ontario, etc. And once they got to their final destination, a lot of them had to walk by foot to where they were settling because there were no roads at that time. Railroads started helping their journey. As you can see over the years, the railroad started moving further west, and by 1870, it's in the Red River Valley, where my family is from, right along the border of Minnesota and North Dakota. Some of the difficulties they faced: language barrier obviously was a major impact. Money, a lot of them sold everything they had, and they had nothing left when they got here. There were storms on the Great Lakes. I don't know how many of you have been to the Great Lakes, but they're huge, and they have some nasty storms. There was also tricks and fraud by unscrupulous people. When I read about this, I thought it was other people doing it too, but Arna told me that it was sometimes Norwegians doing things to the Norwegians, coming because they didn't know any better. A lot of walking. Some examples, I've tried to throw in some examples here. They walked 110 miles. Can you imagine carrying all your possessions and a sick baby back in 1867? I can't imagine there were very many good roads at that time. That's a long journey. Where did they settle? Arna alluded to this before, mainly Wisconsin, Illinois, and then they started moving west. Canada was more in the 1900s because they restricted their land policies at that time. The upper Midwest is where most of the Norwegians have settled and still live today. This was an interesting slide. I had fun doing this. Where did your ancestor family settle? I guess the colors are kind of hard to read, but you can see the pink. It's primarily North Dakota, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and in Canada, Saskatchewan. And that's from the families that are here tonight. Where did they first live? They knew where they were going. When they left Norway, the majority knew where they were going. They typically lived with a neighbor or family until they could get their own place built. Most of them then lived in a dugout, a sod house on the side of the hill. Initially, to getting settled, they had to purchase land, obviously provide shelter, purchase some animals and equipment, break a few acres, work hard, and if they lived there for 5 years, they were entitled to 160 acres. So that was a big enticement, especially for the Norwegians that were not landowners in Norway. Suggestions. This was a letter from Wisconsin back to their family in Gausdal. Not of any of you here, but I found this very interesting, telling them what they needed. I found 20 pounds of coffee to be a bit unusual. I can understand a wagon and boots and whatever, but coffee? Challenges they face besides the language. I have a slide on each of these things that we'll go through. Building a home. As I mentioned before, typically it was a soddy or a dugout in a hillside. Can you imagine you've traveled 7 weeks, 8 weeks across the ocean, you've spent another few weeks getting to your new place, and oh, happy home, honey, let's go inside and lay on our dirt floor inside of a hill. They made their stools, benches, etc. This was from a Gausdal immigrant, Johannes Erlandsson. they had to clear away the trees. This was in 1866, and hew logs. They had a very small cabin, typically one room, so they had to build smaller beds that would push right under one another. They did everything they could, because towns were far away, so they raised sheep, they made their own clothing, and they used dye from fruits and vegetables. Sorry, I'm not reading these. Every one of you, if you are interested, can ask for a copy of the PowerPoint presentation to see this information. It was also done for people that were unable to attend due to illness or other emergencies. Clearing land was the second major challenge. This was Faye's, Ockenpog's, I want to say that correctly, great-grandfather. And Ivar had a comment about the last name. I can't remember what it was. What was it? He was born as Peter Olsen Toftumslaken.
But they were workers at the mine Stene farm before they immigrated, and then they took the Stene name.
Okay, good, thank you. I had forgotten that. The example here, clearing land, we have a few examples. Here they had open land which they could just start growing crops, so they were very lucky. Here, 7 years, 7 acres. I can't even imagine who would live in a place where you could only clear 1 acre. And Eric and Cindy, wherever you are, that's your ancestor, Peter Torgerson Hole. I just have a hard time imagining 1 acre a year. They didn't have much money. These were the wages back then. So you can see between 1860 and 1890 what these people made. Most of them were farmers that immigrated from Gausdal. But during the winter, they worked on the railroads or in logging camps to earn extra money. So they would earn $6 a week, working 60 hours during that week. Hunger was a main thing. In the Dakota Territory, in 1886, it was split into North and South Dakota, but in 1874, this is Tom Puckett's ancestor, the niece of his ancestor, that they had to use twisted grass for fuel, and they had to eat mush and milk until the gardens could be planted, because that's all they had. So hunger was a major challenge. The next was no close town. They were far away, few and far between, a 3-day trip to get supplies, which today would take 26 minutes to drive. And walking for 3 days, we think of maybe walking on an asphalt or paved road, or maybe a nice groomed trail. I can't imagine in 1866 either one of those existed. Faye's great-grandfather, again, had to go 45 miles to get supplies because there was no stores closer to where they lived. I can't imagine walking 45 miles and then coming back with supplies. Disease and medical issues was another, that's what I call challenge number 6. Eric and Cindy's I can't remember what it was, but there were a lot of malaria. It's hard for me to imagine. I was stunned when I read this. I didn't know that people in America had malaria, but I guess there was a lot of swamps and not good land, and so they ended up getting sick. Another was medical issue. Because there were no close doctors, Faye's, sorry, I don't mean to pick on you, Faye, but there was a lot of interesting stories about your ancestors. And actually, she went on to Indian land, and I thought, well, what does that mean? And they used to call it Indian land, a reservation. And so she had gone there to get wood or whatever, and she went into labor, slowly made her way home, managed to have the baby, but almost died after. Because again, there's no doctors close by. A harsh environment, again, Faye's grandmother, her husband used skis to walk in the wintertime to go get wood, and I'm having a hard time with this one, but I've read it also online 9 to 10 feet of snow. That, I don't, but I've also read that 11 feet at times. So that's a lot of snow. And they would mark on a tree or mark somewhere to know the depth of the snow. Also, there was a grasshopper plague for 5 years where nothing grew because the grasshoppers ate it all. I'm from Minnesota, that's our state bird. The Minnesota mosquito, that's a hard one to say. The roads were very few and far between, and I can't imagine the condition of them. Toby, Guy, and Stephen's ancestor, actually, I was surprised because Ottertail County is not that far from where my family lived, and they didn't have a lot of wood there, so he had to walk 12 miles from his home to get wood to heat, and then 12 miles back home. Indians were another challenge. They lived peacefully for the most part, but there were some tensions during the Civil War, and there was also rumors of an entire family scalped by Stevens Point, Wisconsin, but who knows? And there was a big scare in 1862. Not everyone stayed after they immigrated.
Yeah, as Brenda said, not all had a good time after immigrating. I have a letter at home from a quite old man, I think he was in his 60s, and that was old at that time, from Svatsum in Gausdal. And when he came over, he just stayed for a short time and then sent a letter back to his friends or family, I think first. I sent a letter to the family and asked them, can you give me some money so I can come back home? And if you can't give me money, please ask him, mention some names, who were his friends. If they cannot help, please ask this farmer, that farmer, because he thought the farmers had more money. If they cannot help, ask the priest if he can help. And he also had another one, I think it was prime minister, government, something like that. And in the end he said, if no one can help, please ask the king for help. He never came back to Norway. He died in the States not a long time after that.
Good brand? Yeah.
Okay, dear friends, first of all, many thank you for the big gift you gave to the Gausdal History Lab. That was enormous. Thank you. I'll tell you a story about my grandparents, Anna and Ingmund. They immigrated to Canada. My grandfather emigrated in 1903. He came 160 acres in Saskatchewan, 15 kilometers north of Outlook, close to Saskatchewan River, on the on the east side of the river. In the following years, he cultivated the land, built up a barn, a house to live in, and made a livelihood out of the farm. He was back in Norway some weeks in 1905, called up to guard the border between Sweden and Norway, in connection with the dissolution of the union between the two countries. That's because he was still a Norwegian citizen. He became a Canadian citizen the year after, in 1906. In 1910, he was again back in Norway, found a girl that wanted to move with him to Canada. Anna Bjørlin was her name. They married in Canada, same year, 1910. Number 2. At the same time, his grandfather became Islam. Another guy from Satsum came to the same district, got land and started farming. His name was Olaus Enden. Olaus and grandfather cooperated with buying some agricultural equipment together. Olaus later gave land both for the church and the school. In the following years, many from Satsum settled in Outlook area. More than 20 families come in the years between 1903 to 1930. And I think it maybe felt safer to come to a place where they had people I knew. Those Norwegians that comes there, that was people from sub-farms, what we call it, yeah, and younger siblings on other farms who had no land to take over in Norway. And it was very important to have enough land so they could be able to feed themselves and their family. And that was not easy in Norway. Number 3. After my grandparents married in 1910, they get 3 sons. Geir in 1911, Axel in 1912, John, my father, in 1914. Grandmother Anna died in 1916, 28 years old. My father was then only 13 months old. Number 4. When my father, John, was 16 years, he was offered to take over the Myklebu farm in Svatsum. The owner there, his uncle, the same name, also John Myklebu. He was an unmarried man and wished someone to take over, preferably one in a close relative. My dad went to Norway to see if this was something for him. When he had been here for some years, he decided to stay as farmer in Norway. He married Marte in 1941, got 4 children, Ingunn, Else, Martha, and me. In the meantime, it was not lucky times on the Myklebu farm in Canada. The oldest brother died in 1941, 30 years old. Ingmund, his father, died in 1941. But the older brother, Axel, drowned in the Saskatchewan River in 1952, nearly 40 years old. Both brothers were single. Then my father suddenly had 2 farms, one in Norway and one in Canada. He rented out a farm in Canada, to two neighbors for about 17 years. Number 6. My sister Else was in the summer of 1966 in Alberta. Worked on a farm that was an exchange through the Norwegian Farmers Union. There she met a handsome man, Richard, whom she married on the New Year's Eve in 1966 here in Norway. They moved back to Canada soon after the wedding to Alberta. After 1 year in Alberta, they moved to Saskatchewan and took over the farm that Grandpa started. There they raised two girls, Rose and Linda. We are glad to have Rose here today. Are you here? Hello. After 20 years on the farm, finances became bad. They sold the farm and moved to Alberta, near Edmonton. They stayed there for about 20 years and moved back to Outlook when they had retired and live there now. In the salon. Last year, my wife Inger and I visited Canada and Outlook. On the picture, I am with Glenn Erlandsen on the flight over Outlook and the surrounding area in his plane. Glenn now runs the farm that Olav Sanden, his granduncle, started at the same time as my grandfather was there. And he had much more land also. And he runs that farm together with the son and daughter. In the picture we see what was the Michaelborg farm, now called the Wild Wolf Winery, grape production and a wine restaurant. There has been good connection across the Atlantic during the years since Else and Richard married in 1966. There have been 45 meetings with family members, either in Canada or Norway. Thank you.
I have to make it short because we are far behind our schedule. There were many from Norway taking part in this American Civil War, among them about 70 from Gausdal. And I think many of them did it for money, and some because they wanted to prove we are Americans now. And all of those people from Gausdal, which I know about, they fought for the Union Army. Lisa, your turn.
My family came over from Gausdal to Wisconsin, and this is my great-grandfather, great-great-grandfather, and he and 3 of his brothers and 1 of their cousins all fought in the Civil War. Uh-oh. Can I just push page down? Okay. You can imagine several years ago when I was digging through a trunk with my dad's cousin. It was an old trunk, and I found 2 pictures of my great-great-grandpa and his brother in their Civil War uniforms. The Civil War, you learned in school, just suddenly came alive for me. I never imagined it was real to me. So this was my great-grandfather. He came over at age 13, and at age 26, he signed up for the Union Army. He was single. Go And then his brother also signed up, but the interesting thing, Amund joined the 15th Wisconsin Regiment. The 15th Wisconsin was an all-Scandinavian unit, and so the Norwegians from Wisconsin, mostly Wisconsin, but also Minnesota and Iowa, made up a regiment of all Wisconsin. So he joined there when he was 20 and stayed for the whole Civil War. Their brother Hans came over, and he joined late, but he was captured and he was traded, and so he was a prisoner of war. Their cousin came over at the same time on the same ship, and he was in the same regiment as my great-grandfather. So, as a soldier in the Civil War, many, many more died of disease than actually died of injuries and wounds. Many of your ancestors are here too, and I'm going to show you some slides here. Matthias was just 26, and he entered 7 years after he emigrated. And if you see that star on his grave, that star was for veterans. And so if you see stars on your ancestors' graves, that's for veterans. Some of them have the letters FCL. That stands for fraternity, charity, and loyalty. And those are the 3 guiding principles of the Grand Army of the Republic. And that's a club. That's a fraternal organization of the members of the Union Army. And they had a close bond. Matthias's brother joined at age 25, and he marched with General Surgeon Sherman on his march to the sea. Even at age 31, passed down the stories of hardship, like drinking from mud puddles and sleeping on wet ground. Torger entered the same regiment, the Norwegian regiment, as my uncle. And then Amund was underage, and he lied about his age to get into the war so he could avenge his brother Ola. And then Ola, he was in the Norwegian regiment also, and he joined at 18, and he was captured and died at the horrible Andersonville prison. And you're going to talk about
Andersonville prison. During the years, they only had the camp for a little bit more than a year, and they had more than 30,000 prisoners there, and I think 12 or 13,000 of them died. It was a terrible area. I went there a few years ago, and it was hard to imagine what had been happening there. Many Norwegian and descendants have been serving in other wars besides the Civil War. And now we will listen to one of those stories by Steve Berg.
Truman Olsen was a grandchild of Gausdal. His grandmother was Gina Torgersdatter Berg, my grandfather's older sister. There was another sister, Anna Torgersdatter Berg, who is the great-grandmother of several others of us here today. Truman enlisted in 1942 and went to Europe in 1943. In 1944, he was serving in Italy as a sergeant in Company B of the 7th Infantry Regiment. At this point, I'd like to read his Congressional Medal of Honor citation. For conspicuous gallantry and intrepidity above and beyond the call of duty, Sergeant Olsen, a light machine gunner, elected to sacrifice his life to save his company from annihilation. On the night of the 30th of January, 1944, after a 16-hour assault on entrenched enemy positions in the course of which over 1/3 of Company B became casualties, the survivors dug in behind a horseshoe elevation, placing Sergeant Olsen and his crew with the one available machine gun forward of their front lines and in an exposed position to bear the brunt of the expected German counterattack. Although he had been fighting without respite, Sergeant Olsen stuck grimly to his post all night while his gun crew was cut down, one, by accurate and overwhelming enemy fire. Weary from over 24 hours of continuous battle and suffering from an arm wound received during the night engagement, Sergeant Olsen manned his gun alone, meeting the full force of an all-out enemy assault by approximately 200 men supported by mortar and machine gun fire, which the Germans launched at daybreak on the morning of the 31st of January. After 30 minutes of fighting, Sergeant Olsen was mortally wounded, yet knowing that only his weapon stood between his company and complete destruction, he refused evacuation. For an hour and a half after receiving his second and fatal wound, he continued to fire his machine gun, killing at least 20 of the enemy, wounding many more, and forcing the assaulting German elements to withdraw. So while Norway was fighting fascism at home with the Norwegian resistance, a grandchild of Gausdal was fighting fascism in Italy on the Allied side of World War II.
Thank you, Steve. The immigrants, they faced a lot of challenges during their journey and settling in new land. We have talked a lot about hardships and challenges they faced, but there were also some great successes. So, you know about some of them. Sandra Herrick, please.
I'd like to tell you about my great-grandparents, Hans Olsen Avland and Andrea Christensen Sibjornsen. In 1862, Andrea was 9 years old, and she immigrated with her parents and 2 siblings on a voyage that took 12 weeks on a sailing ship. 2 of her siblings died on the voyage. Her parents bought a farm in Mount Morris, Wisconsin. And in 1866, they asked Hans Olsen Avland to immigrate from Gausdal to help with the farm because their son had died. In 1870, Hans, who was 29, married Andrea, who was 16. They had 3 sons. Charles Otis Olsen was my grandfather. He inherited a 200-acre farm from Hans. I still own that farm with my 2 sons. They also had Bernard Olsen, and he inherited the original Sibjornsen farm. And in 1882, August Olsen, the 3rd son, inherited $3,000 when his father died. But August did not want to be a farmer. He loved the animals, and he did not want to be a farmer. He wanted to become a businessman. And so in 1901, he obtained a business degree from Dixon College in Illinois at the age of 19. After obtaining the degree, he went to Chicago. He married, he had 2 children, and he started off as a cashier at Washington Park National Bank. He later became the vice president, and in 1922, he was named president of the Washington Park Bank. In 1924, he completed a new building for the bank. It was designed by a very famous architect, Albert Schwartz, and it was constructed in Indiana limestone. And in 2025, it still retains landmark status in Illinois. August bought a beautiful big mansion in Chicago. And I remember this so well because he had family parties. And as a child, 6, 7, 8 years old, I went there. And there were 2 staircases, one in the front and one in the back. There were bedrooms for servants. There was a ballroom on the 3rd floor. I mean, it was just so grand, and I loved going there. August died in 1957, but it's an amazing story for a boy who grew up on a rural farm, only speaking Norwegian, and going to school, attending grammar school in a one-room schoolhouse, and he rose to the top success at a very important bank in Chicago.
Paul Anderson, please.
Good evening. You've seen a lot of great people here, almost all of them men. I'm going to talk for a moment about a great woman, my great-great-grandmother, Marit Magroon. She is, if you could go to the next slide there, she was born in 1842 on the Magroon farm in Espadalen, just up the valley there. And in 1856 moved to Trondheim and married shortly thereafter. And between 1866 and 1873 had 5 children. The 5th one coming after her husband died. So she's now had 5 children, widowed, and she thought she had money, but she did not. She was in great debt. She didn't know this. She had to sell everything she had just to be able to survive. She took up knitting, bought a machine, hired some people, and then moved on to deciding that as her parents and her siblings immigrated to Minnesota, made the decision to take her family of 5 with her and do the same thing. So they left Norway in August of 1881. And I thought I'd take a moment. Of those 5 children, the middle son kept a journal and wrote what that was like. They first sailed to England, and from England they came to the United States, and here's what Carl Hansen wrote about that journey. We boarded the Toronto-Dominion line for Quebec. The passage across the Atlantic took 8 days. The weather was fine all the time. The ship was by no means overcrowded. We had a good time. Nothing much was said about what we left behind. We're only looking forward. One night I awoke. Mother was weeping. I was lying next to her. At her side, my sister Signa was weeping. I wept. Why? I do not know. Nothing was said about the weeping in silence. Only the sound heard was the waves crashing against the sides of the ship. Very likely Mother had given in under the strain of her responsibilities. She had thought about what had been and what she did not know was coming. The next day, we children were roping about the deck. Mother was cheerful, and all things looked right again in the eyes of children. We landed in Quebec on September 10th, 1781, or 1881, excuse me. So they, 5 days later, ended up in Walnut Grove, Minnesota, where her parents were. Walnut Grove, you may know, is Laura Ingalls was living there at that time, the one that wrote Little House on the Prairie. So they settled there shortly, and very quickly, Marie headed out to try to find a place that she could start up her knitting business again and support her family. She went from town to town, ultimately ended up in Minneapolis, and then sent for her children to come from Walnut Grove. And they got on the train. There was a telegram that had been sent to make sure that they let the mother know when they were arriving. It turned out that the telegram did not get there, so they just got on a train, 5 kids and all their belongings, stepped off the train in Minneapolis, didn't know the language that the people were speaking, were wandering through the muddy streets of Minneapolis, and they only knew an address, and they got to the mother's. They found the address literally by chance, knocked on the door, and their aunt answered the door and was shocked to see these 5 kids with all their belongings. She had them come in, said, "Your mother's not here right now. She didn't know you were coming. She was waiting for a telegram to be told when you were coming, but she'll be here shortly. Please get in and get cleaned up." And they were in the bedroom when the mother came in, and she said, "Have we gotten a telegram yet?" And she said, "Yes, it's in the bedroom." So she went into the bedroom, and there were her 5 kids with their arms out, saying them. So that was their arrival in Minneapolis. 2 of the kids, the one that wrote that piece on the boat, Carl Hansen, turned out to be quite a successful journalist in Minneapolis, and he wrote a book called My Minneapolis, which is 100 years of Norwegians in Minneapolis. He was also knighted by the King of Norway for his work in the cross-cultural work that he did. The oldest daughter, who you see there on the left, at the bottom left, is my great-grandmother, who had 5 children with Henry Anderson, who was from the Dalbakken farm, also in the Espadon Valley. So she had 5 children in a very short period of time. Sadly, she died at age 30, but the mother married a groom. We thank her, my family thanks her. I'm here because of her, so we thank her, and she was an amazing woman. Thank you.
Mary Jo Stoltenberg.
Hi, I would like to tell you the story of my great-grandparents, Engelbreth Enersen and Jetmine Madison. Engelbreth Enersen was born in Nord-Ardal, Norway in 1836. He was the first of 6 children born to Ener Engelbretsen and Birgit Erlendsdatter. 1 child died young. In 1848, Ener and Birgit moved their family to Gausdal, and in 1854 they decided to move again. They took their 5 children and emigrated to America. The children ranged from age 2 to 18. After a long journey at sea, the family arrived in Quebec City. Our family Bible and other records say they came to America in August of 1854. Unfortunately, they arrived during a cholera epidemic. Ener, age 49, and the youngest, Christian, age 2, died from the disease when they reached Detroit, Michigan. Birgit took the 4 surviving children and pressed on to Stoughton, Wisconsin, where she and the daughter Sigrid also died. Engelbreth was the oldest of the 3 surviving children. He and his siblings, Marie and Erland, made their way to Coon Prairie by Westby, Wisconsin. This is still very much a Norwegian community. In 1855, the three siblings moved farther north to an area known for lumber and farming called Black River Falls. Engelbert used the carpentry skills he learned from his father to make a living. Marie worked as a cook in a lumber camp and cared for the young brother Erland, who now was going by Eland. Meanwhile, in 1846, Jettemine Madison was born to Torsten Madison and Sinette Jacob's daughter in Gausdal. In 1856, Jettemine emigrated with her parents and two older sisters. They joined her uncle, Martin Madison, in Albion, Wisconsin, near Black River Falls. In 1860, Jettemine worked as a servant in Black River Falls, and she was 14 years old. She was called Minnie. Engelbert was a carpenter there, and Minnie apparently caught his eye. Engelbert, now going by the name Albert, married Minnie in 1865, and they made their home in Albion and started their family. They had 8 children, however, 2 died as infants. In 1871, Albert and Minnie moved their family to a farm by Northfield. It's an area with beautiful farmland and rolling hills. I grew up just down the road. In 1905, Albert and Minnie retired and moved back to Black River Falls. Their children and siblings lived in the area the rest of their lives. Jettemine passed away suddenly at their daughter home, Nora, in Northfield in 1919, and Albert rushed to her side. Albert died in 1924 at their son, my grandfather, Enoch's home, the farm in Garden Valley, where I was born and raised. Albert and Minnie are buried at the Riverside Cemetery in Black River. Their obituaries give praise to the good, successful people they were. Imagine being 18, leaving your home, and making a long journey that cost your parents and 2 of your siblings their lives, moving ahead in a foreign country, not knowing the language and all the new customs. But they made it work. They not only survived, they thrived. I thank them and love them for it. Thank you.
Well, here's another story of a family from Gausdal who emigrated separately between 1873 and 75. And this story touches on the 3 stages of immigration. Stephen McFarlane, please.
I'm Steve McFarlane, and I live in Riverdale, Idaho. I'm going to skip to the present for just a moment and just offer a story or two about our family since we came back to Gausdal this week. We drove into town from after a long flight and couldn't find our way here. They're nodding yes back there. So we drove in circles for a long time. Missing roads, seeing the same signs over and over again, watching the electrical gauge on our car tick away, and so my cousin and my wife decided that they would stop and ask somebody for help, something that men don't do very often. I was, at that time, just about ready to go postal, but I was so kind as to let them go visit this family. Their lights were on because it was almost dark. This young man came out and they sat on the porch, and as I watched from the car, this guy pointed this way. And I thought, he knows where we're supposed to be. sure enough, he did. The ladies came back to the car and said to me, "This guy's aunt owns the place where we're supposed to be staying." So that was good news. They said, you find her car and follow her to this place, which is several miles up the road. So she was there waiting for us when we got in our car to go up, and she just effortlessly took us all the way to the top of the hill and let us off, and we were so very happy because we were ready to bag it and go to another hotel. Well, the next day that same lady baked for us some nice Norwegian pastry and some donuts, which we happily ate. Actually, that was probably that night. She had made them before we came and thought we were never going to make it. So I point her out as an example of an uncommonly good person, not to mention her nephew. The next day we did our farm visits with our friend Ivar, who is with us tonight too. He took us around to our farms and showed us things that we had never known before, and was good enough to have a little lunch prepared at his place. So we went to his home and had a nice little lunch. Another example of uncommonly good people. The next day we had run out of charge on our car, so we went down to the Circle K to see if we maybe couldn't get it taken care of. None of us knew the first thing on how to deal with that. So the young lady that worked at Circle K came out and helped us for about 30 minutes trying to get some charge on our battery. Well, I bring this up because the thought occurred to me that our ancestors that left this valley left for lots of different reasons. Most of which probably had to do with trying to find a little bit better life. And our great-great-grandpa was one of those. My cousin is here. Karen, would you stand up for 1 second? Thank you very much. We are the grandchildren of one of these people that I'm about to talk about. Now we go back to, I want to say the 1850s, I believe. Late 1850s. He was offered a farm from his father, and for whatever reason, he decided to decline that offer. In the meantime, he was carrying on a romance with a gal up the street by the name of Erlandsen, Martha Erlandsen. Ultimately, he married her. She happened to have a son already. And instead of taking over the farm, as was the family's plan, Grandpa Paul took his family to Christiania, Oslo, and was going to make a new life there. He also had a daughter or a niece, I forget which of those it is, by the name of Randy, who got a job in a match factory. That match factory burned down a little while later, as one might expect after some time. Grandpa Paul built chairs to put food on the table, and there wasn't very much food either. I think they were boiling potatoes in a barrel somewhere nearby, wherever it was that they were living at the time. He ran into some people that convinced him that maybe it was a good idea to go to America. And he took that idea, and as you might imagine, he was not wealthy, so they decided that the son, Christian, I believe his name was, Martha's son, would go first. they pay her way, then each person goes separately, one by one, and that Paul would be last. And that's the way they did it. I want to say that it was a time frame of, there's Randy right there, there's a time frame of 2, 3, 4 years before they were able to get enough money to go to their destination in the United States. Now, I'm sure that most of our ancestors also went with the idea that everything is going to be great in America, unlimited land, unlimited opportunities, and for some people it may have been that way. But for Grandpa Paul, it was not. They moved to Utah, and Randy, who was with them, looked at this place in Utah and thought back to her home in Gausdal and cried because it was so ugly, the place that they'd moved to. So, but they carried on their lives and built a home, made a living, had a few kids, and along came our great-grandpa, Emil. Emil was a young guy, married another gal from Norway, had 3 kids, had built a home next to his parents in Utah. And one day, he was down at the river, which was nearby, and he's riding his horses, and they were clearing out brush from that area so that the river could flow smoothly. As he did that, the bank of the river gave way, and the 2 horses he had and Grandpa Emil both went into the water. The horses drowned. Grandpa Emil was nowhere to be found. And so I just remember the story of his son running home and busting through the door and saying to his mother, "Dad's drowned." And you can imagine how that hit her at that moment with no warning. Well, his wife did not do well with that circumstance. She became sick and died 2 years later, leaving the kids to fare for themselves. Our grandpa, Karen and I, our grandpa, was left to raise, or to take care of the farm by himself at age 16, and the other siblings had kind of moved on to other things. But what I wanted to emphasize here is our ancestors left some uncommonly good people in this valley. I'm making that assumption because the people that we've met in the last few days have been uncommonly good people also. And they went to America with other uncommonly strong and good people. Things didn't always go the way they wanted them to. But over time, they made progress and were able to get their families moving along. And last comment, Paul's, and I mentioned that this area that they lived to is nothing like Norway. Water is scarce there. And Paul and a neighbor of his had engaged in a little bit of a scuffle over water rights because it was not easy to come by. And the other guy picked up a shovel and whacked Grandpa Paul in the side of the head. And Paul had seizures for the rest of his life. Now that's not a good way to end the story, but just to remember that the people that left, the people that went to America, all had difficult lives, but they were uncommonly good people in order to survive the hardships that they had to go through. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. And a short tune by Helge. And the choir can prepare. Koret kan gjøre seg klart.
Last year I composed a polka interval training. Here it comes.
Well, next is the vänskap, and vänskap means friendship.
Hello, everybody. We are a little choir with members from 39 to 93 years old. We love to sing 4 songs for you tonight. The first song is Gausdalssangen, the song of Gausdal, made by 2 from here. Erik Enge wrote the text and Sverre Kleiven made the melody. And I have to translate one of the verses for you. It goes approximately like this. One day, when you are together with your family, sitting between forests and flower meadows, Gausdal will be the most beautiful place you saw where you traveled around. We hope you are having a good time here in Gausdal. Our second song is Jentelokken, a mazurka, text by Geir Lystrup, arranged by Knut Mosam. Then we'll sing En liten blåveis, text by Reidar Andersen, arranged by Hans Hjelmstad. The last song is Langt bortom himmelblåner, text by Nils Lavik, melody by Julius Daløf. And Anders Hjelmstad plays with us at his accordion.
you. The time has been flying away, and I think we have better finished tonight's program. You're all going to get up early, going to church tomorrow, and tomorrow's program will be less talking and more cultural stuff. Folk dancing, different kind of music, and as I said, less talking. I hope you had a nice evening anyway, and hope to see you back in church tomorrow and later in the afternoon here in the arena. And as I said, I promise a different kind of program. Okay, thank you. Have a nice drive home.
We hope that you enjoyed the dinner and program last night, and your farm and church tours. Last night's program was focused mainly on the immigration process. Today we will hear a bit more of your ancestor stories, and there is a lot of entertainment. And so it's a pleasure to introduce Gausdal School Band.
king size.
Chester Benson will give us a short introduction about his book, about his great-grandfather, Simon Benson.
Hello. They asked me to talk about Simon Benson because he is really the big success story from Gausdal. He went to America and lived the American dream. Mike? Just push it up. Simon Bergersen was born here in Gausdal in 1851. He was the middle of 7 children, the 4th out of 7. His parents lived on a very small, poor farm. They were sub-farmers, what we learned yesterday, or tenant farmers. And really it was the children and the mother who did the farming. The father was a laborer who would often be gone for long periods of time. I've heard at one point he was as far away as Trondheim, just getting work wherever he could. They were not completely broke, but they were very poor and money was always hard to come by. This is one of the houses that they lived in. I learned the other day at my farm tour. I knew it was one of them, but I didn't know how many there were. But at one point, they didn't have enough money, and on Christmas Eve, they were forced out of their home by the local pastor who owned the land here. So it didn't seem like a very Christian thing, but fortunately, other family members were able to take them in. They did the classic immigrant thing. They sent the oldest son off to America. Somehow they scraped up the money for that. After a couple of years, he could send home enough money to bring the next child, who was a sister. Together, they got together enough so that in 1867, Simon was still 15 years old, they came to America. I know there's a lot of text here, and it's a lot to take in, and I'm trying to move very quickly. So please remember that you can get your own copy of this PowerPoint and see the whole thing. And I'll give you a little advertisement at the end so you can see even more. But in 1867, they came to America, to Black River Falls, which we heard about last night. And I think maybe a lot of people from Gausdal went to Black River Falls. Simon was too young to start working in logging, but his older brother and his father started. He worked on a farm, and the local farmer said, I will pay you this much a month, I think it was $4, and as soon as you learn English, I will give you an extra $2 a month. Within 3 months, his English was good enough. Simon was a very intelligent person. That was one of the really key qualities that he had. As soon as they got to America, they all changed their names. They got rid of the patronymic and all just agreed on being Benson. They also standardized, Americanized the spelling of their first names. So Simon became Simon, his brother Jon became John, and so on. In the mid-1870s, suddenly at age 24, we find Simon getting married. It's a bit of a mystery how he met this woman. She lived quite far away from Black River Falls, and she was 15 years old. And even in 1876, or whatever it was, that was really young to be getting married. And she was also a definite step up in class, but somehow he persuaded her and her father to let him marry her. They had a very happy marriage. Suddenly, Simon, who had been working in logging camps and mills, was running a general store, which must have been a gift from their father, her father. But then the store burned down. And suddenly they were back on their own. A lot of text here. Simon realized another thing he was really good at was sort of seeing the future. And he felt that the logging in the upper Midwest was just not that great. It was not going to last forever. But he kept hearing wonderful things about how out west the forests were huge and went on forever. And so he and his wife and his infant son went to America. They came here. I'm sorry. Thank you. He came to Oregon, and they got to Portland, and a day or so after they arrived, he got on a steamship to take him down the river to where the good logging was. By the time he got off that boat, he had been hired as a foreman in a logging crew at $40 a month. The average salary here at the time was $6. So he was already starting to do well. For the next several years, he had a lot of ups and downs. Sadly, his wife got tuberculosis and eventually died. And he was forced to confront life with 3 children and not sure what to do. So he decided to gamble, go big. And he adapted to the new technology of the time. The new technology of the 1880s was steam. He was the first to successfully bring railroads into the logging areas. He was the first to bring what are called steam donkeys into the railroad areas. Previously, all logging had been done with oxen, and now suddenly they had these steam-powered winches that could haul huge amounts of weight. So he suddenly got to be a very big, very powerful, very prominent lumber operator in Oregon. And his next big challenge was he knew that the coming thing was Southern California. He's in Oregon, which is 1,000 miles away, but he knows that Southern California is screaming for housing. How do I get my wood down there? Well, they've been doing rafts on rivers for centuries, but nobody had ever done it on the ocean. He figured out how to build these gigantic, huge, unbelievably large log rafts that he then sent to Southern California. And frankly, that made him rich. And he managed to retire, sort of. After he retired, he saw some other fun things to do, like he built what is still the nicest hotel in Portland, and it's still called the Benson Hotel. He later built another hotel a few hours away up the Columbia River Gorge, which we'll talk about in a second because I have to hurry. He donated these iconic water fountains that are still beloved in Portland that are called Benson Bubblers. He built a polytechnic high school, a tech school that was really lacking in Portland at the time. He knew that the future relied on people learning how to do work. And most important of all, he got involved with, if you've ever been to Portland, you may know that right outside Portland on the Columbia River, there's this beautiful scenic area that goes on for about 100 miles, the Columbia River Gorge. Nobody had ever built a highway through it. And finally, someone figured out how to do that. And he became one of the ones who really spearheaded the construction of that in 1915. They built this beautiful highway. The centerpiece of the highway is a huge waterfall that has always been Oregon's biggest tourist attraction and still is. It's called Multnomah Falls. He bought the land of Multnomah Falls and all around it and donated it all to the city of Portland, even though it was about 30 miles outside the city. He built this, he bought this area and donated it all at the grand opening of the highway. He also helped build that, or pay for the building of that bridge that you see across it, and it's called the Benson Footbridge. Benson is like all over Portland. You cannot get away from the name Benson. In 1915, there was a huge World's Fair in San Francisco, and every state and country had its day. And on Oregon Day, he was named Oregon's Notable Citizen. So that's him with some important dignitaries. He is the 4th from the left. spent the rest of his days there and died, and eventually his body was brought back to Portland and he's buried there. God, that was fast. 10 minutes. Let me advertise. I have a few copies of my book here. I couldn't carry very many on an airplane, but I have a few. So what I'd like to say is, if you are local, if you're from Norway, I would love to sell you a copy of my book. If you're from farther away, if you're from home, you can buy it on Amazon or get in touch with me. And if you ask me, I'll give you a business card too, so you know how to contact me. Is it a good book? It's an excellent book. So please, you're welcome to. I have 9 copies left, so love to let you have 1 or 2 or 9 or however many you want. Okay.
Thank you, Chester. He was scared. Can you hear me? Yeah. He was scared of my crap hat, which I threatened people with tonight if they spoke over their length of time. So he had 10 minutes. This is from Luann. I'm here tonight to talk about my immigration, that research that I've worked on for Gausdal for the past 4 years, and I'm going to be going very fast. So again, the text is all in the PowerPoint. If anybody wants a copy, I'm happy to send it to you, and I will also probably post it on the Descendants of Gausdal Facebook group. Oh, I guess I can read here. Last night we talked about the 3 stages of immigration, and you heard from some of people in here about their ancestors. For my family, I started at about 10 years ago. For Gausdal, I started working for Ivar 4 years ago, because I have an ancestor here from the Ruston farm. I've researched for them now over 1,000 people. Some of you, I've researched your ancestors. Others of you will have people in the upcoming books that they're working on for the Big Debak project. I have a lot of resources that I use to do my research. The top one I use is the digitized church records, digitalarchivet.no. I've helped some of you over the course of the past 8 months who were not familiar with it. If you would like me to show you, I'm more than happy to work with you after this event. Just give me a shout and we can go through it. There's many different sites. If you want any information or want a list of all the digital sites I use, feel free to reach out and I'll gladly share my Excel spreadsheet with you. Successful research, I find, never ever copy information from another family tree without verifying. I have seen so many people do this, and it scares me to look at that information that's being sent around. Consider your DNA testing. I've found some unknown family members that way and made some connections. I'm related to Sandra Herrick here tonight. We don't know how yet, but we'll figure it out. The family trees of the 48 families here, I asked you all if you had family trees. 28 of you said no, but you do have some source, probably a paper record or whatever, and others of you do have. I found that people in Europe tend to use MyHeritage. People in Canada and the US tend to use Ancestry.com. I use both. Research challenges. I listed what I found over my last 10 years doing this, and I have a slide or more to talk about each one. Lack of records. Some things were never documented, others have been lost, damaged, others simply just aren't online yet. Or sorry, don't exist yet. Written records can be very difficult, especially when you're looking in a different country that's a different language. They use different nomenclature than we use. They use abbreviations. Jan-Olaf Skog is my hero because I'll send him a link and a picture and I can't read this, and he will interpret it for me, so thank you. The Old Norse is even harder for me. I've gotten fairly good at a little bit of the Norwegian, but not the Old Norse. The Gausdal church records started in about 1693. And after 1930, the scanned records for me are locked, but I think I found a way, thanks to Kip Herman, that I might
get some, so we'll chat later. They used to be chronological, which makes it hard because you've got birth records, confirmation records, death records, marriage records, all grouped together. There are two sets of records. I didn't realize this. There's the official record and then there's a copy record. Many of them are digitized. The church records across Norway, I've searched in a lot of different areas in Norway. The starting year varies. The headings are not consistent between the different churches. The order varies. Some of them have males first, followed by females down the road, or males on top, females on the bottom. I believe all of Gausdal have males and females mixed from what I've seen. And the percentage that are digitized varies from parish to parish. This is the first page from Gausdal from 1693. You can see it's a bit stained. It's a little difficult to read. Here is a close-up. I was looking for birth dates and the DOBT are the births, so there you can see them. Again, kind of hard for me to read. 100 years later, 1793, you can see the babies' names, Ingeborg, and sorry, these are not birth records. I keep forgetting, they're baptismal records. I believe both were captured, I don't know when, but later on down the road. And 100 years after that, 1893, they're even more legible to read, so it makes searching much more easy. Not all records are digitized, as I mentioned, not all for Gausdal, but a good share of them. Hard to find all three for the out-migration, emigration, and immigration, which we touched on last night. We got lucky on Tom Puckett's ancestor. I actually found all three of them. Typically, I'd say maybe 1% I will find all three. I'm lucky 50% to find one of those. As Arna mentioned last night, you had to pay a little to have a church record saying that you were leaving the parish. So if people didn't have the money, it's not recorded. More is getting online though every year. Written information is not always correct. You can't believe everything you read. Somehow it seems to me when something is written, it somehow becomes fact, and people take it as fact and just keep using it. So always try to find a supporting source record. Some of the things I found, it says in this particular case, he was born 1842. They mixed up his age and his birth year. So that's a big significant difference. That's 16 years difference. So if you're doing a digital search, you would never find this record. Here's another example saying he was born 1832. No, he was actually born 1831. Another example in an obituary. I find a lot of obituaries have erroneous information because it's what the family knows. A lot of people did not talk about that. My parents said their parents never talked about any of their ancestors. So here it says they immigrated in 1880 as a family, but in reality he immigrated by himself a year later and his wife and children the year after. So somebody reading this would be looking for an emigration record or immigration in the wrong year. Another example is electronic data entry is not always correct. When you're searching for something, always try different spellings. Gausdal, it's a lot of times written or entered as it's spoken, so in this case it was Gausdal. Here's another case where they actually took, I know it's kind of hard to see, but Ronald Nilsdottir was entered as L. Nielsen. No clue why. She's on the written record, but the electronic record, I don't know where they got that name from. Here's an example where they accidentally took the Tollefson from the entry below on the written record as Evan's last name. So again, if you're searching for Evan Ellingson or Evan Johannesson, he was entered as Evan Tollefson from the line below. The biggest issues, as I've mentioned, is people find another family tree and they just blindly copy it without looking. I deleted that slide, but I found things where a 7-year-old girl gave birth or a 150-year-old woman gave birth, and people just copy this and think, oh, that's wonderful, but it's not. And some sometimes they have them married to their grandfather. It's unbelievable the things I've seen. Death records are not recorded everywhere. It should be everywhere. Sorry, I said anywhere. It's everywhere. Ship crossings. If they died on board, there may be a record of it later on, but sometimes in the earlier crossings there might not always be, except from maybe somebody's memoir. You've all heard about the wagon trains moving west. All the people that died on the trail, they're not recorded anywhere. Just in the wilderness, you've got families living, people getting killed, it's not recorded. And the start of the death information varies across state and province, and the amount of information varies. I love the Minnesota death records because they have Wisconsin death records. They have a lot of information. Burial records are not always found. They're not always in Find a Grave or Million Graves, whatever. I had been tasked by Ivar to find Amund. I couldn't find him in a burial record anywhere, but I found all his siblings and his parents. But I couldn't say he was buried there, but this is a memoir from his half-brother that said Brother Amund is buried there too. Sometimes, a lot of cases, people are buried on their family farms. And in this case, this was Peter Bergelson. I can't remember whose ancestor that was here, but that was the first white Christian woman buried in 1855. There's no grave that they can find, no trace of it, but they know she's buried there. And my biggest controversy that I've faced is, what do you put for where died? A person could have lived somewhere, but they died elsewhere, but they're buried elsewhere. And in Ancestry, My Heritage, there's only one place to put death place. So that's another thing to consider when you're looking at other family trees, is what does that person tend to use for where they died? Names are one of the biggest challenges. We talked about that last night, about people changing their names. Common names, Ola, Olsen. I have 8 of them in my ancestry line. And if I get an Ole Olsen to research that was born in, I don't know, 1840, they're hard to find. Variations in spelling. Things are written as they sound. Changes to names. I have found that, I have learned that when Norwegians say they came to visit me, they say they would visit me. So a lot of the vold became wold because of the V's. So I've learned that, and I've found people that way. Common names, as I mentioned, Ole Olsens, you can see on the different years there, 1816 through 1890, the number of people born that year. So if I'm asked to find an Ole Olsen in America, born in 1860, unless they use their full birth date, which most times they don't, how do you know it's that person? You typically don't. First name changes. They became Americanized or written as they sounded. So from the 48 families here are some examples of your ancestors. I can understand Andreas going to Andrew or Andy. I can understand Oystein going to Austin. Here's some more for women. I do not understand Andrea to Nancy. I'm completely lost on that one. But the rest of them, you learn. So if you're looking for a Juttermine, Mina or Minnie, you'll figure it out when you start looking at these. Here are full name changes. Again, these are all from the 48 families here. Some of them you can see, like Hannestead Haugen to Hagen. I can understand that. Eric Torstensen is mine. You will hear that example coming up. And there's even more examples. This is just from the people here, your ancestors, and there's a lot more. So you can see the challenge. Like Ole Svensson, Nordre Ronningen, all of a sudden becomes Ole Holman. Maybe the family lived there, maybe somebody was born there, I don't know. Birth dates after names. Sorry, am I going too fast here? We're trying to keep on track tonight so we get through, and nobody wants to see the crab come out tonight, so we'll go fast. So after name changes, birth changes are the most difficult. We've actually found some, Ivar and I, looking 5 to 10 years different that they use. It's hard to do an electronic search for somebody. I like to look at 1900 because they had a birth year and a birth month, and that seems to be the most accurate. I can follow one person and they'll use a different birth year every time. A lot of it too is the age. They didn't ask their birth year, they asked their age. Typically the census reports in the United States were done around May, April, or June. That seemed to be a popular. So if you were born in September, your birth year could be off. Here's some examples of wrong birth dates on the headstones. Again, these are your Gausdal ancestors. You're probably recognizing some of them. Some of them, the day is off, sometimes the day and month, sometimes the year, sometimes everything. So it makes it a challenge, and again, people seem to take this for fact. Once they find a burial record or a headstone, they think, oh my gosh, this is him and this is when they died. Not always the case. Other places that I found wrong birth dates are census reports, a lot of memoirs, newspaper articles, family lore books. You would think a book, a county history book, for example, written in, I don't know, 1920, would have factual information. It does in most cases, but you can never be sure until you have a source record. So again, next I'd like to welcome my 3 nieces up, and we're going to, hello, they're Ruth, Michelle, and Hannah. And they're going to talk about my ancestor from here, which took me a long time to trace it back to Gausdal. Here you go, what's this one here? Yep. Here, I've got the hello.
Hi everyone, I'm Ruth.
I'm Hannah, Michelle.
And we're talking about our great ×3 grandfather, Eric Tortenson Roostberg from Falleville. First, we just wanted to recognize our relatives that we got to do the farm tour with yesterday. So thank you to Ivar, Inga, and Brita. If you're here, stand real quick. No? Oh yeah. Thank you very much. It was a beautiful tour. Oh, you took that off. So Eric Tortenson was born in 1823. He left in 1842, and he was married in 1863. He was 40 and she was 21. The picture here is actually from the ruins of the original Roostberg farm. So this is kind of his immigration story. It was quite the journey. He traveled by ship and walked, and many people from Gausdal moved from Trondheim or farther north first, and then he immigrated across to Quebec City first, stopping in Glasgow on the St. Andrew. And then he ended up going to Albert Lea, Minnesota, which would take 21 hours to drive. It probably took much longer than that back then. And then in 1871, he moved to Cormorant, Minnesota, and that town was founded in 1870. He was the 10th family there, and much like Brenda talked about, he was now going by Anders Eriksson instead of Eric Tortenson. And his daughter, Sophie, was the first white girl born in Cormorant, Minnesota. Indians were a threat in his, we talked a lot about threats last night, so that was one that he went through. But Eric's wife, Amelia, invited them to eat dinner with them and their 6 young children, and that actually saved their lives. They also were able to purchase 135 acres of lake property. They built a lake across from the church in Cormorant, Minnesota, and he has a road named after him. Our family also had a lake place about 5 minutes from Cormorant, and we visited this church many, many times in our childhood, so it's very fun to see that on the slide here. And then the original house was torn down last year in 2024. Again, back to the name changes we've been talking about. He was born in 1823 as Eric Tortenson, and then his headstone says 1825 as Andrew Eriksson. And then then same thing with his wife, Amelia. She was born in 1842 as Amelia, and her headstone says 1841 as Amelia. And then again, here's all the name changes over the years. I won't go through all of them. And then, yeah, that is, again, a summary of his name changes and everything over the years. And that's all.
Aren't they just gorgeous? I'm very lucky. Is this working better? Yes. Okay, sorry. I've also found a lot of occupations after immigration. Farming was the majority, but there was also some others. The one I enjoyed the most was Ripley's Believe It or Not for a ski stunt. And there were some tragic deaths for Gausdal immigrants, getting killed by serial killer Belle Gunness. So that was, and a 2.5-year-old falling in a pot of boiling water. But I'm sure this happened for everybody, but these are things I found from Gausdal. Famous people from Gausdal, we have quite a few or descended from. We have an astronaut, daughter of Clint Eastwood with Francis Fisher, and many more. The biggest one who worked on the Manhattan Project with Albert Einstein, and then went to Germany after to see how close the Germans were to developing the atomic bomb. DNA ancestry research. How many in here have done DNA? I'm sure you found some surprises. Look at mine. A surprise aunt, murder, suicide, abandonment, bigamy. Arna, some bigamy. Luann, illegitimate child. I'm sure everybody has stories, but you find a lot through DNA testing. There are frustrations. Ancestry research is frustrating. It's like a jigsaw puzzle. Sometimes you hit dead ends, but the rewards far outweigh finally you find that elusive piece of information. You learn more about your ancestors and you find surprises. So that's the excitement. The rewards, finding, connecting with relatives, legacy for future generations. I met all of you. That's priceless. And the ability to connect long-lost families. Next, we will hear from 2 families who have searched for their relatives in Gausdal and learn if they found them or not. So please welcome John, Cliff, and Mark.
Well, first of all, I was warned about the crab hat, so I'm not going to take too much time with this one. We're the Haraldson family. We're from Saskatchewan. Growing up, I'd have to say our story is maybe a little bit different than some of the other stories we've seen. During Christmas, we'd often, growing up, we were looking through pictures, black and white, little pictures, big pictures, and we were trying to put together some pieces about our dad and about our family, because we knew he was from Norway, but we didn't know an awful lot about Dad, and Dad was really not that communicative. He didn't talk a lot about Norway. So what we're hoping and what we're attempting to do is place a name and a face and maybe get in touch with somebody that was associated with the pictures. So that's where we start, and I think I'd call it a journey of discovery, trying to find out more about our family. Our dad was from the Gausdal region, born in 1904, emigrated to Canada in 1928, and after a few travels between Saskatchewan and Minnesota, he settled down in Saskatchewan and married our mom, Hazel Tripp, and raised 3 children, Mark, Cliff, and myself, John. Dad, when he moved to Canada, he quickly found work with CPR Railroad, and quickly carved out a career of about 40 years working for the railroad. That was a big piece of his life. The railway actually for immigrants into Canada was kind of a blessing for, oh, you got a page there. So it was kind of a blessing for many immigrants into Canada because Dad worked with people from all over Europe. They had their challenges. Their challenges was with the language, but the job provided them camaraderie and friendship, and they were really all in the same boats as new immigrants into Canada. One of the biggest challenges was the language in the new world, and I think the job was probably more important than just a job. It was a social environment for the new Canadians, and the majority of them were from all over Europe. So in talking about Dad, like I said, he wasn't really too talkative, but we did as kids travel to Minnesota every second year as a family, and we knew we had strong ties through the Minnesota area. When Dad would go there, he would want to visit with his two brothers and first cousin Arnold Bruceman. There was actually there was a family of 9 here in Gausdal, 5 of which were immigrated to the U.S. and Canada. So he really enjoyed visiting his brothers, and we just had lots of cousins to play with. He didn't really talk too much about Norway. Going forward a little bit, at about 30 years old, I started a family, and I had 2 children, and that's Brendan and Ashley. Ashley, I should have said first, she's the oldest, and Brendan. But there's certainly a few mysteries that surfaced with me because of my lack of knowledge about Norway. First of all, before the kids, when my dad passed away in 1974, I was 15 years old. So Dad had us at a lot. He was quite old when we came about. So I found out his name was Sigurd Fosheim for the first time, and our last name is Haraldson. So at 15 years old, I was, let's just say, a little confused. And then through some of the work Brenda was doing, well, we might as well throw in another name, Molestrom, and then we'll throw another name in, Haraldson. So that's 4 names attached to my father, and I'd have to say the language was certainly a bit confusing. When Ashley and Brendan came along, Ashley had a pretty good question for me that absolutely stumped me. She was in the kitchen one day. She was probably in grade 4, and she was doing a family tree. Everybody does that in Canada with the kids, the school kids, and she had just talked to her mom, and then she jumped down into the family room, and I knew what was going on. I knew what she was going to ask me because it was pretty quick from her mom what her dad's mom and dad's name was. So anyway, Ashley jumped down and asked me what your next dad, and she says, "What's the name of your dad's mom and dad?" And I said, "Well, I don't know." And she looked quite surprised at me, and she just looks at me and says, what do you mean you don't know?" And I said, "Well," I said, "nobody told me." So I knew I kind of put that in my memory banks, and I knew that's something I'm going to have to revisit down the road. So quite a few years later, we've started putting the puzzle pieces together. I made a visit 17 years years ago with my sister. And we certainly had some luck because we didn't know exactly where Dad was from, somewhere around Littlehammer. We got a bed and breakfast around Littlehammer and asked a couple questions to the host, Jenna. And within 36 hours of landing, we were in my father's home. So, very successful. Okay, so now when we're here today in this week for the last few days with a lot of the help the Gausdal Society does, and Brenda, what we found out is my dad did have a son before he immigrated to Canada, and he had 3 children. So I'd have to say it was a heck of a surprise for us yesterday when we met which would be our nieces and nephews. So that would be Karen, Jan, and Osa. So that was a heck of a surprise for us, and a wonderful surprise too. That was, as a bonus, we met Bodie and David, and Bodie was a granddaughter to our Uncle John. So the pieces are slowly coming together for us in the first generation in Canada. But in summary, I'd have to say, and I just have to express the importance of groups like the Gausdal Society, and I can't forget the work Brenda did for us. So without their help and work to understand, none of this would have happened for us. It would be almost impossible for us to find our family. So many thanks to the Gausdal Society and the work Brenda's done for us. Thank you.
Thank you, John. That was a very touching story. Next we have Teresa Roth. Teresa, there she comes. 32 years ago, Teresa wrote a letter to her relative in Gausdal.
I know time is of the essence. I'll just say the letter wasn't answered because the relative couldn't speak or write or read English. So what a surprise when I got a phone call last fall and Brenda asked me out of the clear blue if my maiden name was Restad. This has been such a touching time for me, and I've been so emotional from the beginning. My Norwegian father died when I was 10 years old. He had been stationed in the army and was in Hawaii. I married my mother, who's Hawaiian and Tahitian. So when someone asked gently, what's a Hawaiian doing here in Norway? There's a good reason. He was my world. And losing him when I was 10 and a half was traumatic, to say the least. What I have found is family history, the search, is mind-expanding and heart-warming. The more we learn about people in our past who are connected to us, who belong to us, and we belong to them, the less judgmental we become. And we become softer people, more loving, more gentle, more kind. It's not that we go out to be that way. It happens to us. And what a gift. And so to be able to come here after, in Hawaii, there are not very many Norwegians. So my mother remarried and my life was extra challenging. But my Norwegian father was security to me. And to come here and this morning to sing the songs that Hannah daughter Forsythleen sang in the new church, which wasn't new, I found out, built in the 1700s. But to sing her songs, to stand where she stood to take a picture of the baptismal fount where she was baptized, to know that she stood at that altar and married Johannes Johannesson Rustad. It just reminds me of love in all directions. The past, to reconnect with my beautiful father, whose beginning just blessed me so much. My beginning with him blessed me so much through my whole life. And that my daughter's here, and she's the present. I have my granddaughter here, it's the future. And to learn to love all, regardless of where we are in the world, whatever our beginnings, whatever our challenges. It's just, I'm absolutely blessed. So I'm thankful to Brenda, thankful that I now have a second cousin, once removed, Inga Forsythleen. And I have a relative in Norway, which I never knew I would have. And I'm going on too long, but I'll just say one more thing. I'm grateful to my Norwegian grandparents who raised a son so capable of loving a child far away from home, who taught me about reading about the world. So as I sat there in church today, I just wanted to bless her name, bless her husband's name for rearing a son like my father, John Raymond Rustad.
Wow, that's a tough one. Thank you, Teresa. We've had many conversations on the phone when Ivar called me that morning, asked me if I could locate this Teresa Roth in Seattle, and anyway, so.
Bunad is the national costume in Norway. And we talked a little bit about bunads last night, that every district has its own pattern design for the bunad. On that picture you can see many different bunads. The same on this one. This is the Lillehammer folk dancers, which will perform very soon. They have, as you can see, they have different kind of bunads. Gausdal has its own bunad. And those who were here last night, they could see the Gausdal bunad. So let us welcome the Lillehammer folk dancers.
Thank you to the Lilyhammer folk dancers. Yes. I'm going to talk quickly about our Norwegian American Canadians today. We've talked about that before. We live in the upper Midwest and Western Canada. Lefse. I've been whining about Lefse to Gausdal since January, and they finally delivered, so we had some beautiful Lefse. So, yeah. But I must admit I was stunned that 9 of the 48 families had never heard of Lefse before. But then I looked at where your family settled, and I can understand they weren't in the Midwest. So, another thing, Ufta. How many of you say Ufta? Okay. And Oli and Lena. You've all heard of the Oli and Lena jokes. Yes. And for the Gausdal people here, this is something we all grew up with. You can buy Oli and Lena mugs, t-shirts, every place in Minnesota and Wisconsin and elsewhere. All humor aside, there are many, many of us who are very proud of our Norwegian heritage. Ancestral stories and traditions are treasures that we pass down through time, linking generations together. We celebrate our Norwegian heritage in America and Canada through a number of things. We have Viking ship replicas. The EMFCA Center is in the hometown where I was born, Moorhead, Minnesota. They sailed to Norway in 1982. We have replicas of stave churches. Again, this is at the EMFCA Center in Moorhead, Minnesota, and they're elsewhere across the US, and I believe there's 2 in Canada. We celebrate Satanda Maya. I don't know if I said that right, but I try. There's festivals across the country. Women do have bunads. I don't know where they got them from, maybe passed down from ancestors, I don't know. That we have many Sons of Norway lodges across. We're the largest Norwegian organization outside of Norway. Arne has made many visits to many of them. And next we have many historical societies across the United States and in Canada. A number of people doing ancestry research is growing as more sites become available online. And I'm also finding that younger people are starting to get more interested. So I'm hoping some of the young people here today will take an active interest in the future. And celebrations like this weekend. Yeah, I don't need to go to therapy. I just need to go to Norway. So, let me talk. The pride in our Norwegian ancestry is evident by everything I just said, but also all of you coming here to celebrate this special and momentous occasion. I had to pause for this one. This is from Teresa Roth, who just spoke, and she gets me emotional. She sent me an email, and she said, although I have never lived in Norway, my heart is Norwegian, and I have passed that love on to my children and grandchildren. Thank you.
Linda Erlandsen.
No. Hello. I was born in Outlook and grew up there, and Gudbrand spoke of Outlook and the Norwegian heritage last night. So I had a long desire to travel to Norway. I was very privileged when I was in my early 20s. I had the opportunity to attend a Norwegian folk high school. And I selected Lillehammer because it was close to Gausdal, where my family came from. And Arne and Olive Enden lived in Gjøvik, which is fairly close. I visited them and their family very often when I was at school there. Really enjoyed getting to know their family better, celebrated Christmas with them. Arne's brother, I should mention Arne is my father's second cousin, and they had been to Canada, so know them very well now. We've been back many times. Arne's brother lived in Øvre Svarstad. I was also up in Utvandrermarkering and visited there a number of times. And we also have close family friends from Gausdal. Hans and Torlag Haugen, or Tichba Haugen, live in Nedre Svatsum, or they did, and they were parents to my uncle through marriage. And again, when we come to visit, we always tried to stop in there as well. And when I was done my year of school, I had a friend from Canada come. We were going to travel together, so we did that. But she really liked cows, dairy cows in particular. So she was really fortunate because we knew Gudbrand. And so Susan and I spent the summer as dairy maids up on the Säter på Lånhaugen. Again, I'm very privileged to have had that experience. And the connections I've made over the years, people have visited in Canada, we have visited here a number of times. Those are lasting connections that I will cherish forever. And I think my time is up.
Please welcome Clifford Mischler, who is the president of the Iowa Historical Society in Wisconsin.
Well, thank you. I'm glad to be here. I don't know many of you. There probably aren't many of you who know who I am. But I'm from a small central Wisconsin community called Iola. I've lived there for the past 63 years. I'm not a Norwegian. That's one thing I don't share with most of you. I do have a daughter, Sheila, sitting back there, who is a Norwegian, however. And the Iola community possesses a very rich Norwegian heritage, one that I have really learned to love and appreciate. So I'm really here this evening to express thanks to the Gausdal Historic Lag for arranging a most enjoyable experience in Norway. Speaking for those of us from Iola, and the applause indicates it's shared by the rest of you. I want to thank President Iver and Vice President Gudbrand, and of course Arne, who I've met a few times before in Iola, that's great. Now, how did the thought of our Iola group coming to Gausdal on this occasion come about? Well, it happened about 10 or 12 months ago when I think it was Bonnie Pefke and Lee Halverson of our organization who said, you were going to be celebrating 200 crossings. And when I dug into that a little bit deeper, I wondered, what the hell does 200 crossings mean? And I finally figured it out. And I figured it out because I knew that in 1925 in America, we produced a commemorative medal called the North American Medal. And we tried to get a coin this year in America, but we were unsuccessful. Anyway, we've got about 24 of us here for this occasion. And
in one of our groups coming to visit Gausdal on an occasion like this. Now, speaking for myself, and our group of 24 kind of largely split up after we arrived in Oslo, but it got off to a bit of a ragged start. We departed O'Hare on SAS last Saturday evening at 7:15. The flight over went wonderfully. We arrived in Copenhagen as scheduled on Sunday morning at 10:45 a.m. We departed for Oslo as scheduled at 11:45. We landed at 12:55. Not in Oslo, but in Copenhagen. The pilot had declared an emergency landing because of a signal in the cockpit that said they had bad hydraulic performance. So they kind of prepared us for the event of perhaps coming back on the belly of the aircraft. Now, fortunately, we came back with full landing gear under us. And then things got even more interesting. They announced that we had an alternative aircraft available and we would just be a few hours late getting into Oslo. Maybe half hour or 45 minutes later, they said, well, we got bad news. We got the aircraft, but we don't have a crew. So, what happens? Most of our crew ended up overnighting in Copenhagen, courtesy of SAS. Sheila and I and a couple others fortunately got into Oslo. Now that alternate flight, however, didn't get in until about midnight, so it was almost Monday morning. But as I say, it was a ragged start. But on the other hand, we've enjoyed some wonderful touring. We've enjoyed some wonderful mixing. And really, when you get down to it, you know what? Our organization, the Iola Historical Society in central Wisconsin, and the Gausdal Historic here, and I'm sorry I screw up these names, but you know what I mean. But anyway, that's what we're all about, is enjoyment and education and connecting. And we all try to do it in our own ways. Now, we enjoyed the courtesy of Norway in a nutshell, several of us did. Wonderful Oslo city tour, the train to Bergen, or however you pronounce it. I know you don't pronounce it like we do in the United States, but we had a wonderful city tour. We took the funicular up on the hillside to look out over the Bay Area, which is a wonderful view. We took a cruise up the adjoining fjord. On Thursday, we took the Bergen to Lillehammer. It was a tightly controlled trip. We had a coach by bus to Flam, the world famous train ride up to Myrdal. And Friday, we had a day at leisure after registering, orienting ourselves to the Gausdal area. And I have to say that, you know, the drive from Oslo, or from Lillehammer to Gausdal was so pleasant and so scenic. One of the most scenic, I've done quite a lot of travel, and one of the most scenic drives one has an opportunity to appreciate in travel. And we've had such pleasant weather, which you locals tell me is kind of unusual for this time of year. So, and we enjoyed your traditional dinner on Saturday, the farm visits, the church visit. In other words, we had 7 days in Norway that were really pleasure-filled. To memorialize this occasion and building the relationship that we have with the Gausdal group, I would like to present a clock which was custom crafted locally and by the way, we got it here without the hands getting damaged. The battery still works, and so it actually has the time of 4:45 on it. I present it to you with pleasure.
Well, Ivar gave me the microphone, and that means he wants me to say thank you for this wonderful gift. Thank you, Clifford. I hope to see you in Iola in a couple of weeks. Yes. And I hope to see you back here also in maybe next year. So, thank you very much. We have a country singer from Wisconsin with ancestors from Slotsum, Gausdal. Erik Bestol, and he's joined by his son Anders. Erik had a concert on Friday night, and everyone who came to the concert enjoyed the music very much. They've been telling me so many times that this concert was one of the best concerts they've been to. Erik?
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you very much. So, the reason I'm here playing country music is because I've used to be a touring musician, played Europe a few times, and every time I came here, it seemed like we came to Europe and played less and less shows in other countries in Europe and more in Norway, because the Norwegians really have an appreciation for the older country music from America. So I'm going to play a couple songs for you real quick. So thank you all for having us. This has been the trip of a lifetime with me and my son Anders. And Anders is going to be playing a traditional Norwegian instrument here that Arna gave him this morning. So Anders will be joining me on the munnharpa. Does anybody out there like Dwight Yoakam? Girl, you taught me how to hurt real bad, cry myself to sleep. Show me how this town can shatter dreams. Another lesson about naive fool can't ramble on. Just find out that the pie don't taste so sweet. Now it's guitars, Cadillacs, hillbilly music, lonely, lonely streets that I call home. Now it's guitars, Cadillacs, hillbilly music. It's the only thing that keeps me hanging on. Ain't no glamour in this tinsel land, a lost and wasted life. Pain and scars, it's all that's left of me. Ought to thank you, girl, for teaching me brand new ways to be cruel. So if I don't mind, then I guess I just leave. Now it's guitars, Cadillacs, hillbilly music, lonely, lonely streets that I call home. Now it's guitars, Cadillacs, hillbilly music. It's the only thing that keeps me hanging on. It's the only thing that keeps me hanging on. It's the only thing that keeps me hanging on. Thank you so much. So I wasn't planning on doing this next song originally, but this is one of my favorite songs when I was a little kid, and I did it to close out the show the other night. And it went over really well, so you guys seem to know it and like it, so we're going to do that song. Plus my son gets to join me on it too, so. Some people say a man is made out of mud. Poor man's made out of muscle and blood. Muscle and blood and skin and bone, with a mind that's weak but a back that's strong. You load 16 tons. What do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. I was born one morning when the sun didn't shine. Picked up the shovel and I went to the mine. I loaded 16 tons of the number 9 coal, and the job boss said, Lord bless my soul, you load 16 tons. What do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. I was born one morning, it was drizzling rain. Fussing and trouble are my middle name. I was raised in a den by an old mother hound. No high-class woman gonna boss me around. You load 16 tons. What do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. If you see me coming, better step aside. A lot of men didn't and a lot of men died. I got a fist made of iron and a fist made of steel. If the right one don't get you, then the left one will. You load 16 tons. What do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. All right, thank you very, very, very much. Everybody give it up for Anders on the moonharpa. Oh, am I up next here too? Cool. Being efficient. I like that. So part of the reason we are here is because my, all right, I gotta make sure I count this right. Great grandfather's from Gausdal. And we have a kind of, you got the, yeah, there you go. Okay, awesome. All right, so we have kind of a unique story here because we have actual words from a relative that, of the actual passing of the journey all the way from preparation to settling. So we're going to try and do this quickly to get through so you don't have to listen to the whole thing, but Petter Torgerson Hole came here in 1848, immigrated to Wisconsin. He was from the whole farm in Gausdal. He's married to Anne Johannes' daughter, Solberg. They came across with his family and with his deceased brother's wife and her children and the second husband. And the stories that we have here are from their nephew, Ole Olsen Hol. So my stepfather soon got the American fever, a complaint that seemed to be quite catchy in those days, caused from favorable reports coming from a few of our Swatsum parish, and they immigrated to America 2 or 3 years ago. This was in 1847. We left in 1848. They made preparation, as we talked about last night, which took a long time by itself. They had to have clothes made, tailored. They had to have shoes made. They had to have barrels made for the stuff. And the women had to make flatbread, which was basically how you kept yourself alive with food on a ship. They got to the coast, and with a few different ways. They had to start with sleighs, then went on wagons, then got down and were able to get to the shipyard. They were on the Erik Boersen, sorry, can't pronounce it very well. Is this all the way, by the way, if you get the thing, there's a whole bunch more on this. So they were on bunks, just like you said last night, 2 in height. And all right, so it took 6 weeks in Drummond to get the ship ready. And there was 200 people to go along on that one. They had to make sure that they were allowed to, that they had enough food and everything to go. They took river water in and were off. I love this part right here where they're talking about everybody was getting seasick, and Ole was seasick as well, and then he had a bunch of other kids on the ship that brought him up and had him playing, and then he forgot all about being seasick and had a good time. They picked up fish in Scotland, and then they had the cook shanty up on the deck where they could cook. Not much cake and pie was baked there. A little hot water for coffee and the occasional pea soup. Then people started getting better from the seasickness. There was a couple of people who got sick. There was one child who died and was buried in the ocean. I love this part too as well. When they got near enough to the land, they heard a rooster, and somebody said the rooster at least spoke the Norwegian language. And yeah, then they landed in America. Is this where you had your stuff?
I'm in the new country.
Okay. We're trying to coordinate who to, it's like we met yesterday, and it's like, hey, this presentation, we'll just kind of wing it. So after about 7.5 weeks on the ocean, they landed in New York City, and they were in America. They took a canal boat up the Hudson, and were towed up the Erie Canal. And, oh yeah, they learned that bridge ahead in English means that you get yourself down flat so you don't get knocked off by a bridge. And took about 2 weeks to go from New York City to Albany to Buffalo, and waited 2 or 3 days, so a 3-day journey. Took another from Milwaukee, and in Milwaukee they hired a team for $10 to take them to Rock River Settlement, which is about 40 miles away, and that ended the journey across. All right.
We finally arrived. So understandably, after such a long journey, they were incredibly tired, and I'm sure the country was more challenging than they expected. But his parents had an acquaintance, and they were allowed to stay with this gentleman for a little while, at least until they had to go on and venture to their land. So Ole's father ended up buying about 40 acres of timbered land. He got his oxen, his cow, and whatever essentials they needed so they could move in. Well, they're thinking, now we're here, and now everything should just be smooth. Unfortunately, like many of the other newcomers to this country, they ended up with malaria. And from what I understand, they would suffer off and on from these symptoms for several years until they really got accustomed to the climate. So with the property that they first bought, it looked like they had to fill in the openings with mortar and improve the house. Ended up living there for about 7 years and included building a barn and a stable. But I don't think it was too uncommon that they just couldn't, his father couldn't earn enough money to sustain them on this small farm. So in 1855, they moved north to what was then still considered Indian land, and it's called New Hope. It's in Portage County. So the spring of 1855, his dad sells the 40 acres. They set up 2 wagons, which are referred to as prairie schooners, packed the provisions, and got the yoke of oxen hitched to each wagon, and they headed for Indian land, taking all their livestock with them. And there were 3 other families, and this includes our ancestor, Peter Torgerson. So they had a party of 5 wagons, quite a few people, a lot of stock, and it almost looks like that was an almost enjoyable part. Yeah. So his dad located 120 acres of more wooded land, and there weren't any neighbors to help them build a house, so they ended up living in these prairie schooners. When they finally got the house built, it was 14 by 16 feet, and they used poplar logs covered with birch bark. This I found interesting. They found the Indians to be friendly, and they were always willing to trade. So even though they were descendants of Vikings, they were a little bit afraid of these people. They sometimes had their faces painted, and that was savage enough to scare anybody. So life after settling, it looked like Ole had a nice life. Married, children, had a store, was a postmaster, town clerk, and became the Justice of the Peace and died in 1921. Our ancestor went by Peter Wesley, as noted so many times, names associated with the farm area he was from, but ended up anglicizing Veslia to Wesley and settled in St. Lawrence. He did remarry another Anna when his first wife died. He ended up with 13 children. My great-grandfather was the last of his children. And you live on that farm, don't you?
My sister still lives on that farm and still raises cows on that farm. It's just not very far from where I live.
So, and there is a Wesley Road in Iola. So, and that ends our story.
Thank you so much. Please help me welcome Luann Rockman, a descendant of Gausdal, who she's currently writing a screenplay.
Good afternoon. Did that wake you up? Okay, I've tried to shorten this a little bit. I hope it makes sense. Nicholas Mortensen Roquefam was born in this area, and at the age of 29, most of his family of origin was deceased. A child, Albert, but no wedding vows,
teaching was no longer a passion. He had learned to become a teacher at Asker Seminary, and it was a dead end, so no options for buying land. He wanted out. Nicholas changed his name from Rockvam to Rockman, most likely in New York City. He exchanged his 70 kroner for gold, a more acceptable currency in those times. He took the railroads from New York City down to Chicago, up to La Crosse, and finally to Eau Claire, Wisconsin. His young son, back in Norway, was raised by his mother and her siblings. When Albert is 9 years of age in Norway, his half-brother Elmer is 1 year old in America. Albert's mother receives no monetary support from Nicholas, so she was a tailor trying to make ends meet. Now, the unfortunate thing about those times is that church, schools, employers, or military label out of wedlock for life. So anytime you applied to a school, you applied for the military, the thing was out of wedlock was like stamped onto your application, like it was his fault. So young Albert wants to know who his father is, what he's like. A Lillehammer teaching colleague of Nicholas offers some insight to his father's personality. Tvete gives Albert a picture of his father, Nicholas. Albert keeps this postcard photo by his bed for over a decade, that one day he was just hoping he would meet his father. Nicholas in America, his farm is fairly prosperous thanks to his wife, Julianne. The couple had 5 boys. In 1879, he became a county treasurer. He can loan out tax money that the county had collected with interest to county residents. Nicholas decided, well, I can do that. I'm going to open a bank. He found some men to help him form the Normanna Savings Bank. I want you to note where the red line is, that's a spittoon. As you know, snooze is very important to some people. Here is a photo of him as the vice president of Normanna Savings Bank. Here's his son, Albert, back in Norway. He became an engineer, and he received national honors for an invention to blow up railroad bridges in World War I. Albert, back in Norway, he married Karen Mathiasdotter. Together, they raised 7 beautiful children. I want you to remember the third person over. That's Ragnhild. She's my connection. In 1893, Nicholas went to the World's Fair in Chicago. When he was there, they were dismantling a stavkirke, and that was the exposition display. And there was this beautiful tapestry that they sold to Nicholas. They were getting rid of all parts of it. Now, if you go to Myhaugen Museum in the next couple of days, you'll see that very tapestry. Here's Nicholas's family in 1913. The young man standing on the porch with the dark hair died that year. So in 1914, Nicholas decides to go back to Norway. He wants to find Albert and take the tapestry that he had saved from the exposition to King Haakon. He wanted to visit maternal relatives who had lost their hotel due to a fire, and he'd given the money to rebuild the Evenvold Hotel. His wife, Julianne, will stay behind. Here's Nicholas in Gausdal. And this photo is courtesy of John McLebeau, who is Gudbrand's relative. Yes. Nicholas is 73 years old. World War I is coming. Fear looms over the populations of Europe. And Albert is stationed 775 miles from Gausdal and Harstead. So I think he got the jitters. He prefers to sail home rather than take the risk to find a 45-year-old Albert and his family. Does he have fear of rejection? We don't know. In 1919, back in America, Nicholas's oldest son, Elmer, dies of Spanish flu at 42 years old. Grandson, little Elmer, dies at age 3. In 1920, the wife dies of a heart failure. 1921, son Frederick dies at age 33. So then you've got this Norwegian Lutheran church in Barron, Wisconsin. It burns down in 1922. Here, his wife had been dedicated to helping the needy. He buried 3 sons, a grandson, and the wife. So Nicholas gave money to aid in creating a safer brick building. So he's an aging man. He's lived alone in his house for 4 years. He went to 2 sons' houses for dinner regularly, hired a woman as a caregiver for his last 2 years, and died peacefully at home at age 85. Mysteriously, sent in 1918, this postcard arrives in 1927, 6 months after Nicholas dies. It's signed from Albert. So although they didn't find each other, Nicholas Rockvam died in 1943 in Nazi-occupied Fredrikstad. It is said he had a massive heart attack after hearing that his missing daughter, Bergliot, was living in a Nazi work camp outside Oslo. She had been saving Jews and transporting them to England. In 1958, Nicholas's grandson, John Rockman, traveled by bicycle to Gausdal. He couldn't find anyone who really knew of his grandfather, so he put an ad in the paper. Serendipity, 1964, Rognald Rockman, Albert's daughter, visits a friend in Minneapolis along with her daughter, Oste. They come to Barron, Wisconsin. It's close, 96 miles away. Her friend's young son is eager to drive them to the neighboring state. The women walk into my father's furniture store one hot summer day. Are you related to Nicholas Mortensen Rockvam? They had questions, we had answers, we had questions, and they had answers. Rognald Rockvam, whom you saw in the earlier antique picture, visits Rockman's Woods, land donated by Nicholas to the city of Barron. And here they are at the Utvandrermarkering Hotel, my father with his Norwegian cousins. Excuse me. and we've been good friends ever since.
Next on the program is Gausdal Choir. I hope you're ready.
yeah, you hear me? While trying to gain some electricity for the piano, I will tell you what we are going to sing. We are performing 4 songs. The first one is called Hymne. It's a song about praying to the Lord, about being good to each other and peace in the world, which is very suitable these days. The other song is Danse mot vår. It's a song about dancing towards spring. We are in autumn now, but we're dreaming about spring. The third song is Bruremarsj fra Lødingen. It's a song about a wedding and about love, of course. And the last one is Når fjordene blåner. It's a very national romantic song. It's written in the same period of time as our national anthem. It's not the national anthem, but it's a very beautiful song about love of Norway.
Linda Stewart, are you here? There you are.
Okay, the microphone is obviously working. I suggest, since we've been sitting down for ages, everybody stand up and stretch out properly and breathe in deeply. Oh. Smile to your neighbors and sit down again. I suppose that was a good one. Okay, my name is Linda Stewart. I work at the Emigrant Museum in Hamar. I also represent Crossings 200, the organization in Norway that organizes the National Jubilee. We have events like this one all over Norway. Small and larger events are happening everywhere. The Norwegian Emigrant Museum is a museum that has both historical buildings built by Norwegians in America, mainly in the Midwest, that have been moved back to Norway to show Norwegians and other visitors about the life emigrants led in America. We also have, here was my first slide, the Norwegian Emigrant Museum also has large archives which consist of photographs, books, letters from America, and all kinds of archival material. And most of you, I have understood, have relatives here in Gausdal. I do not have any relatives in Gausdal, but I do know Gausdal very well because I wrote a book about one of the emigrants from Norway, from Gausdal, and this was then Randi Pedersdatter Holtseteren, who is from Gausdal. The reason I researched her story was that in the year 2000, the last Jubilee we celebrated, the 175-year Jubilee, then we wanted to make a small exhibition about the Norwegian emigration to America. It's very difficult to only have facts and numbers and to make that understood why emigration is important. And that's why I decided to find a life story I could then connect all these facts to. So I had to find an emigrant who was a very general, anonymous emigrant, and a person not much was known about, and her immigration had to be quite a well-known story, basically. I found on these letters in the archives of the museum. We have about 10,000 letters from America in our archives at the moment. And she had written then, in her archives were then 7 letters she had written. And she had written and telling about her emigration from the moment she leaves Gausdal in 1889 until she's established in Wisconsin, in a small town called Curtis. The other person in her story is then Mathias Andersen Kankerud. I don't know, some of you might be related to these people for all I know. But their story is then a very general story. Randi was from a small cotter's farm, a small tenant farm, just up the hill from the parsonage where we had our lunch today. She wrote her letters to her brother Christian, and in the letters she then writes about her experience, also during the travels, but also how she experiences then life in America and finds the differences quite astonishing between the life in Norway and the life in America. To be able to find out who Randi was, and what happened before the first letter she wrote, I had to use a number of other sources to try and find out more about her life, which was quite difficult since she was a very anonymous person. But I did, in fact, manage to find out who she was and why she left, and more about her life in a lot of different sources from Norway. I also found out what happened after she wrote that last letter, when she was preparing Christmas in Wisconsin a few years later. She always missed Norway very, very much, but in fact she never did manage to return to Norway. During her story, as I said, she wrote when she left Gausdal, she travelled over the Lake Mjøsa on the ice, this was in the winter, and travelled down to Christiania, or Oslo as it's called today, and from there she travelled to England and crossed England by train to arrive in Liverpool, from where the big ocean steamers went. And from there she travelled on the SS Servia over to New York, which was her story. The farm she settled on in Curtis, Wisconsin, was in fact a farm Matthias, her fiancé, or husband at the time, had built in Wisconsin. He had received a prepaid ticket from his uncle, and he'd worked there first, and then he'd worked in several factories and in a logging company for quite a few years before he then had enough money to buy land and to establish this little farm before he went back to America. He'd then been away from Brandi, they were engaged at the time, for 8 years, and obviously he was wondering if she was still waiting for him, because he'd left when they were both 20 years old, and now at 28, will she be still waiting for him? So in fact, there is a letter which she had then received from him, asking that, are you still waiting for me, and I still love you, and I hope I will be seeing you soon. And that's when he came back to Norway, married her, and they travelled over together, and she got to live in this, at this farm. And as happened usually, after living a few years then in a quite simple house, they managed to build a new large house, and the family eventually had 4 children and lived quite happily. They also worked hard in society life, and of course they worked hard on the farm. They had animals, they had crops, they had cows, they had sheep, they had some chickens, and every year on their wedding day they took a photograph of themselves. And here, this is on their wedding day. This is only 2 years then before Matthias dies. And this is their headstone. As you see, their name has changed, and we've talked about that before today. And in fact, Randi changed her name 4 times in the course of her life, which made it very difficult to research her entire life. But I finally did manage to find out who she was and what happened to them. The idea with this book was never to write a biography about a certain person. The idea was to find an emigrant structure I could hang all these facts and numbers onto. So in my book, Amerika Brev, I note a lot of facts about why did a lot of people leave Gausdal, and why did a lot of people go to places like Wisconsin, and how did one obtain land, and how did one establish oneself in America. And there's a lot of illustrations, since this started as an exhibition I had to make, and it became a book. And the main reason it became a book was in 2002 I visited America, and I visited some of her family in America who still had a box of papers from that time, and I didn't know what was it. They didn't know what was in it because they couldn't read Norwegian. And that turned out to be that the return letters she had received from her family in Norway. And that's quite unique, that you have letters from both sides of the story. And that dialogue is then the center of this book. I also mentioned that I work at the Emigrant Museum, and now this year, the Jubilee year, we have made a new exhibition called Unknown Landscapes. And Unknown Landscapes touches on the more unknown sides of Norwegian emigration to America, but also that Norwegians didn't only emigrate to North America, though the majority of Norwegians did. A lot of people also went to South America or even Australia and other places over the whole world. Another thing our exhibition shows is that one country's emigrant is another country's immigrant, that the two sides of migration, the migration process, are very, very closely related. We also look at how letters written by Norwegians home about what it's like to be an immigrant are very similar to the letters today's immigrants to Norway write home to their families, talking about the difficulties of integrating into a new society, learning a new language, learning a new culture, and trying to adapt to the new situation they've landed into. Also, like Matthias went to America first, established a farm, then went back to find his wife and take her back to America. It is also quite a common way of migration today, that the youngest son often is then sent over as a kind of arrowhead to establish a life before the rest of the family comes over. So there again we see the similarities between emigrants at that time and immigrants at this time. Migration is, of course, being born and raised one place and then being uprooted for some reason or another, having some kind of travel, and then trying to establish roots somewhere else. And that's a very universal process, and it's still ongoing, and we have to be clear about that. For me, I also have an immigrant background. I was born in London, England, and I was raised in Holland, and I moved to Norway in 1982. Sorry, I'm getting my numbers mixed up here. In 1882, so I too know what it's like to have roots in one place, being moved to someplace else, establishing new roots. And that gives me a good background to understand also that on this story and other immigrant stories. So again, that on this story about the emigrant from Gausdal is not written as a biography, though it is her biography. It is meant to be able to tell you about the entire story of Norwegian emigration to America. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Thank you, Linda. We enjoyed your, what should I say? Yeah, talk here about the book. I've read the book, it's very interesting.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And the Historical Society have her book if someone want to get it.
Yeah. I also have some more books at the back of the room there, and they have a discount. So if you're fast enough, you'll get some with a discount.
Well, the program is going towards the end, but first we will have Kari and Paul on the stage here. They are very good singers, as you will understand and listen to very soon. They both live in Gausdal, in Svatsum.
Good afternoon or evening. It's been a long day for you, I'm sure. Emigration is one of the painful parts of life that songs are written about. We live in far end of Gausdal in Øvre Svartsum. And when we look across the valley, we see farms that have been there since the Viking times. Part of our property is called Budsbergsvolden. It belonged once to Ole Budsberg, who had a farm across the other side. And there's a memorial there because he emigrated to America and met, unfortunately, Bella Gunness. So his children travelled across all the Budsberg family are still in America. But we can see their stubborn, their food storage house is still standing there across the valley. And just up the valley from us, they're the mines at Espedal. And when the price of nickel went down in about 1860, then 1,500 people had to emigrate from Gausdal because there was nothing to live on. So it was an industrial adventure, but unfortunately fell just as quickly as it grew. So anyway, back to songs about immigration. One of the main points of entry for America was Ellis Island, and that was the first place that people saw when they got across. So the first song is about Ellis Island. We're going to do this acoustically to avoid problems with the technology.
important thing left. We have someone here whose name is Brenda Tussi. I think you all know her. Ivar, can you take Brenda to come up? Brenda? You all know Brenda from all the calls, all the emails. Well, and for the hundreds, not to say thousands of hours she has put down to make this jubilee the success it is, and for all the help she has been giving us with the farm and family history. Gausdal Historielag want to tell you that you from now on are an honorary member of Gausdal Historielag. We will mark this occasion a bit more, probably next weekend, when you are back from your travel. Thank you very much, Brenda. You have done such a job.
Thank you.
Yes, give Brenda big applause.
Thank you.
We will end today's program with singing of the Norwegian national anthem, Ja, vi elsker, verses 1, 7, and 8, and the choir will lead us. Can the choir come up to the stage here and lead the song? Then there's only one thing remaining, and that is thank you all for coming here from all over the United States and Canada to join us for this Jubilee. Thank you so much, and I hope you all will have a safe travel back home. Thank you for coming to Gausdal. Hope you bring back some good memories.